Hey, what's up, y'all? It's Hookah Anonymous, and you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Coming from where I come from, they doubted me, but I came up. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. Coming from where I come from, they doubted me, but I came up. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. Good reporting ass Mickey. We love you, Mickey.
All right, so this whole time I was on mute. But anyway, y'all, yo, what's up? What's up? It's your girl, Mickey Truth, aka the Queen of Paperwork, and I am scrambling because I forgot closing argument started this morning, so I'm a little bit behind. However, I appreciate y'all for pulling up. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up. Your girl is live. I'm gonna go straight to the courtroom because they're already started. So here we go.
Known criminal gang members. F is identified as a criminal gang member by an informant of previously untested reliability, and such identification is corroborated by independent information. G is identified as a criminal gang member by physical evidence. H has been observed in the company of one or more known criminal gang members 4 or more times. Observation in a custodial setting requires a willful association. I has authored any communication indicating responsibility for the commission of any crime by the criminal gang. Criminal gang related activity means A, an activity committed with the intent to benefit, promote, or further the interests of a criminal gang, or for the purpose of increasing a person's own standing or position within a criminal gang. B, an activity in which the participants are identified as criminal gang members or criminal gang associates, acting individually or collectively to further any criminal purpose of a criminal gang. C, an activity that is identified as criminal gang activity by a documented, reliable informant. Or D, an activity that is identified as criminal gang activity by an informant of previously untested reliability, and such identification is corroborated by independent information. Electronic communication includes, but is not limited to, photographs, video, telephone communication, text messages, facsimile, electronic mail messages, and instant messages, and instant message real-time communications with other individuals through the internet or other means. 3.5a, principles. If the defendant helped another person or persons attempt to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other person or person did if 1, the defendant had a conscious intent that the criminal act be done, and 2, the defendant did some act or said some word which was intended to and which did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit or attempt to commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed or attempted. 3.7, pleaded not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stage of the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt does not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, 4, if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, or one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. 3.9, weigh the evidence. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted, as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? 6, has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? 7, had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? 8, did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? 9, has the witness been convicted of a felony? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it is called or upon the number of exhibits it is offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or his opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. You must consider the testimony of some witnesses with more caution than others. For example, a witness who hopes to gain more favorable treatment is, in his own case, may have a reason to make a false statement in order to strike a good bargain with the state. This is particularly true when there is no other evidence tending to agree with what the witness says about the defendant. So while a witness of that kind may be entirely truthful when testifying, you should consider his testimony with more caution than the testimony of other witnesses. However, if the testimony of such a witness convinces you beyond reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt, or the other evidence in the case does so, then you should find the defendant guilty. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusions about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. 3.9, let's say section A, defendant not testifying. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by his decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. 3.10, rules for deliberation. These are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. 1, You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of exhibits and evidence and these instructions. 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. 4, remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accordance with the law. 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 7, your verdict must not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. 3.11, cautionary instruction. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. 3.12, verdict. You may find the defendant guilty as charged in the indictment or guilty of such lesser included crime as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense which has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous, that is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary forms of verdict have been prepared for you. They are as follows. 3.12, A, subsection A, single defendant, multiple counts. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately, and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crime charged. The verdict. I don't believe you have that in the package. I have it here. The verdict starts out, has up at the top the style of the case. That's what we refer to as the style of the case. It reads, in the Circuit Court of the 17th Judicial Circuit in Fort Broward County, Florida, case number 19-001872, CF10A, Judge John J. Murphy, State of Florida, plaintiff versus Jamel Demons, defendant, verdict. Count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to the defendant in this case. And it goes on, parentheses, check only 1. A, the defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as charged in the indictment. B, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. C, the defendant is not guilty. It goes on further. It says, if you find the defendant guilty of any of the crimes listed above, you must answer the following questions. 1, during the course of the crime committed, did the defendant, Jamel Demons, actually possess a firearm? Then you check the appropriate box, either yes or no. It goes on, paragraph 2, during the course of the crime committed, did the defendant, Jamel Demons, actually discharge a firearm? You check the appropriate box, either yes or no. Question 3, during the course of the crime committed, did the defendant, Jamel Demons, actually inflict death or great bodily harm to Anthony Williams as a result of discharging a firearm in his possession? Again, you check the appropriate box, either yes or no. The verdict form goes on. Question 4, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of the criminal gang? Again, you check the appropriate box, either yes or no. And then it goes on and says, so say we go on this blank day of blank AD 2023 at Floridale, Broward County, Florida. There's a place for the foreperson to sign and date the verdict. Then there's a second verdict form, count 2. And again, it has the style of the case up at the top, and it reads, verdict, count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to the defendant in this case. Check only 1. A, the defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as charged in the indictment. B, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. C, the defendant is not guilty. Then goes down further and says, if you find the defendant guilty of any of the crimes listed above, you must answer the following questions. 1, during the course of the crime committed, did the defendant, Jamel Demons, actually possess a firearm? Again, you check the appropriate box, either yes or no. Question 2, during the course of the crime committed, did the defendant, Jamel Demons, actually discharge a firearm? Again, you check the appropriate box, either yes or no. Question 3, during the course of the crime committed, the defendant, Jamel Demons, actually inflict death or great bodily harm to Christopher Thomas as a result of discharging a firearm in his possession. And then again, you check the appropriate box, either yes or no. And it goes on. Question 4, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of the criminal gang? And again, you check the appropriate box, either yes or no. It goes on further, says, so say we all this blank date blank AD 2023 at Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida. And again, there's a spot at the bottom for the 4 persons to print their name and sign the date of birth. Is there any objection to the instructions as published in open court by the state?
Yeah.
By the defense?
No, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to the second page of the instructions. It's called Closing Argument 2.7. And it reads as follows. The state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. Madam State?
Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I can get up here before you and say the defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree. I can say that because you have sat through 16 days of testimony, and because back when you first started here, some of you as early as April 10th, you agreed to follow the law. And the law is clear that this defendant committed 2 counts of first-degree murder. I now have the opportunity to explain all of the evidence, because sometimes you get it piecemeal. What does this piece mean? What does this mean? So this is where we have the opportunity to show you how everything fits together. So I'm going to start, but I also want to thank you for showing up. You received a summons. You complied with it. You came to the courthouse, and you decided to do your civic duty. We appreciate that. As I said before, we cannot do our jobs, and this judicial system does not work without you being here.
Counsel, can I see several?
Yes, ma'am.
We are live watching the trial.
Take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in present. Please just leave your notepads and materials brought across your chairs. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect these 3 stepped out. Councilman Roll on the phone. Mr. Denman, can you record read? Yes, sir. Good. All right. We're in recess. Thank you.
All right. Did I miss it? Like, what did they recess about? I don't know what the recess was about. That kind of caught me off guard just now. So y'all make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up. We waiting. They was in the middle of closing. Let me put it off of mute. Closing arguments, and they stopped the prosecutor mid sentence to say a recess. I wonder what that's about. Well, I guess we're definitely going to figure it out in a minute. But yeah, that was odd. I'm over here like, what? Hmm. So I put the poll in the chat to see what y'all was thinking. I also been going commenting with everybody. I appreciate everybody for their engagement. Y'all already know we got to run the engagement up. So definitely run the chat up. But yeah, everybody has some mixed feelings about what is what. Shout out to the truth team, shout out to Gates and Jersey and everybody, and now Haitian K. You know, I feel like with this case, the prosecution did a great job of the fluff, because even my own truth team members, right, are like, yo, they proved that it came from the back seat. They proved that it was his phone. And that's why he should be found guilty. But they didn't prove that he physically was there. Now, if y'all paid attention to a lot of the jury instruction, it does have different incidents where, for example, if you felt like he was there but didn't shoot a gun, right, then do manslaughter. So they got a loopholes. So that was definitely interesting to hear. So I'm not even gonna lie, that kind of changed the game a little bit, because if that's the case, you know what I'm saying, for those jurors, if all of them agree, then and they feel like y'all feel about that phone, that could possibly get him a guilty verdict, you know. Um, but we all know it was a lot of technicalities in this case. I'm not sure if that's what's going on right now. It was going smoothly up until a few minutes ago. So we're definitely going to be here.
And welcome to our live analysis here on the Law and Crime Trial Network, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and thanks so much for joining us. So closing arguments have just begun in Broward County, Florida, for the double murder trial against rapper Jamel Demons, better known as YNW Melly. The 24-year-old faces the death penalty for the 20.
Well, I will say this. I wouldn't say he will be the fall guy, because remember, if Melly is found not guilty, right, that means he was tried and found not guilty, right? That doesn't mean Bortland will be the fall guy. That would mean that if Bortland gets found guilty, he was found guilty based on the evidence they presented to the jury. So what it do, Brick? But it's not the same as a fall guy, right? So I've been seeing that fall guy situation the whole time. Because if you heard, one of the jury instructions on this case was, if a person is an equal principal, right? If they assistant with the crime, so either way, right? Bortland has his own set of guilt per se the case. Not saying he's guilty. You get what I'm saying? So that's something to keep in mind too. But let's hear some recap real quick.
To do your civic duty. We appreciate that. As I said before, we cannot do our job, and this judicial system does not work without you being here.
All right, so they're going to go to a quick sidebar there. Let's take some analysis of what we're seeing in that short minute. I'm here with trial attorney Megan Whiteside, and also joining us is Deputy Public Defender Philip Dubé from LA County, who's appearing in his personal capacity. Philip, good to see you. I'm going to start with you. So that was so short, but I did think it was interesting because so many times, particularly during the prosecution's case, you don't know where they're going or why certain evidence is introduced or how it ties back to this, particularly with all of that cell phone data. Now is their time to explain it. How do they explain it in a way for the jury to understand and that is compelling?
Well, the first thing you want to do is establish the theory, and that is whether or not it's a first, second, or capital murder. And then they're going to go through the elements of each crime to show how they've met their burden beyond a reasonable doubt. They're also going to probably try to weave in this idea of what the defense is going to argue to soften the blow of whatever reasonable doubt the defense is trying to raise. Prosecutors notoriously do that. They try to take the wind out of defense counsel's sail before they've had an opportunity to get up and address the jury. That's a very common ploy as well. But most important, they're going to go through the law. They're then going to weave in all the testimony that came in to prove each element. And I think their most compelling evidence right now is the absence of defense evidence. I was shocked, Jesse, and I don't know if Megan agrees, that they basically put nobody on to counter the ballistics and all the trajectory evidence, or at a minimum to counter what the coroner or the medical examiner found. Put on your own private pathologist, but without that, I think this kid's in trouble. The issue here is whether or not he's condemned or gets life.
Okay, well, first of all, we just got word that they went on a bathroom break. Why they didn't do that right before the closing arguments instead of waiting 1 minute in, I don't know. But Megan, I'm going to throw it to you. So again, the argument, Megan, would be that they only called this one witness, Adrian Davis, because he said Melly wasn't even in the car, the crime scene. He wasn't there. And so maybe they feel they don't have to show any other kinds of experts. I will say it was surprising. We thought they were going to call experts. Megan, what do you think?
I think it's a gutsy call, and it's going to come down to the credibility of that witness, because if the jury finds that witness to be biased, I mean, this was one of the defendant's friends saying, yeah, my friend was in that car and he got out of the car and got into the Mitsubishi with me. It's going to come down to his credibility. The defense perhaps could not get favorable expert testimony to counter the government's ballistics evidence and autopsy findings. We don't know. And we're, Monday morning quarterbacking or Thursday morning quarterbacking here, but I think that they clearly believe their one witness was strong enough to prove the government has the wrong guy.
Do you think it's, Philip, a little bit risky to bank it all on one person?
With a capital R, frankly. And the reason why, remember, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't they have him on video getting into that Jeep?
They do.
They have him in the car. They have him.
Well, he said, this witness said that at one point he switched cars. They drove off and then he went into a different car.
Jesse, what is it with these young kids where all of a sudden they swap cars, they get out, one person that becomes the passenger, one becomes the driver, then they switch cell phones, somebody else is holding the.
All right, I don't like the way old boy is talking. Okay, so what y'all thinking? Again, it definitely was, shout out to Gates. We had a nice debate the other night about how the case was presented. Now, don't get me wrong. I do agree that the defense case was so doggone short, right? But I also see the logic that, well, it's no need for us to counter any of the rest of the information because he wasn't there. According to the state's case, YNW Melly was in the car up until like 5 minutes before the car arrived at the hospital. Their witness that said it since the beginning, right? 18, 19, whatever year it was that he originally gave his deposition with the state, that this was his story since then. The only waiver was if he was pushed over to let Melly in or Melly went over, like climbed over him. So if he sat there the whole time and said the same thing, and he's saying, yo, nah, he got in the car with us before we got to the gate. So meaning when y'all see the video of them going through the gate at the neighborhood, that Melly is in that car, which goes against any expert, right? Because all the experts are saying, well, at this time the phone was here and it did this. At this time, the stage shooting. So if this witness is stating, well, no, we were at home. They showed a video. The state showed a video of that car going through the gate. That kind of put it like kind of like, okay. I mean, it's nothing. It doesn't matter what happened after because he wasn't in there. On the flip side, you may have some jurors that want to know, well, how do we know for sure he was in that car? So it's going to come a point to, like they said, can they believe that he was in the car? Now, mind you, the original statement from Withers was not presented at trial. It's in the probable cause affidavit, but it wasn't presented. So let's just think about it as it's supposed to be, where the jury is only supposed to pay attention to what's presented at trial. They don't know that story was provided on day one from another person, right? So it's going to come down to, like me and Gates said, who do you believe? Do you believe Glass or do you believe Davis? That's what it's going to come down to as far as witness. Now, again, it's going to also come down to the jury, because again, the state put a lot of detail into them text messages and into that phone, but it doesn't per se put it in the hands of Melly. Now we can assume, just like the guy was trying to go to, that nobody uses anybody's phone, right? Or nobody will allow somebody to actively use their phone without them being there, type thing. And if that's the case, then guess what? If the jurors feel the same way, then it's going to be easy. Well, I'm voting guilty because that's impossible, right? That's Are they back? Hold on.
So here's what we start with. Detective Moretti has an investigation that starts on October 26th of 2018. We have 2 dead bodies that are dropped off at Memorial Miramar: Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams. We have Cortland Henry, who's lying about anything and everything. He's lying about the location of where it happened. He's lying about when it happened. He's lying about Mr. Demmons, the defendant, being in the car at any point that evening. Totally omits that. We then have the cover-up that begins. So the question is why? Why does there need to be cover-up? Because there was a murder that was committed, ladies and gentlemen, that's why. There were 2 murders that were committed. And so from here, we're going to talk about and explain what we have, right? So Detective Moretti and the Miramar Police Department have to answer 4 questions. Who, what, when, and where? And so for the where, I want to start with, where did the lethal shots come from? And let's start and focus on that part of the investigation. So the where, we looked at Chris Williams. If you remember, Sergeant Williams came in and testified and showed you how Blue Star works, showed you how shooting reconstructions are done with the trajectory rods. This explained how Miramar had made a good attempt, but they lacked training. So he came in and went through and is able to explain, as an expert in shooting reconstruction, what happened in this car. So we're going to start on the trajectory rods. If you recall, on the outside, the most important aspect of the ones on the outside of the car is they show that this was not a drive-by. That they're coming in at 90 degrees, that there's no keyholing. If you remember, you learned about keyholing, that would be an angle of entry on that. So he then showed you the Blue Star. And if you recall, ladies and gentlemen, this chemical reacts no matter how many years later, no matter what attempt at cleanup is done. The chemical is still going to react to the presence of the blood. So then you have that reaction. And that reaction, ladies and gentlemen, tells you that someone is sitting in this seat. Because, as Detective Williams illustrated, it's where the Blue Star isn't. So there is no blood. There's no blood where someone's would have been sitting. There's no blood where their legs would have been, and you can see on the V that's indicated on that. And there's no blood on the back of the seat. So ladies and gentlemen, what does that tell you? The killer was sitting there. And there's no blood because something was blocking it from getting onto that area of the car. So what do we know as well from this car? We know that there's also that this door was closed. How can that be said? Because, ladies and gentlemen, the Blue Star here shows that this door was shut because there is blood on this door handle. You have from this as well the headliner. So the headliner shows directionality. The headliner shows the way Anthony Williams' head was positioned when he was shot. That's one aspect of it. That DNA that was tested is all Anthony Williams, but we'll get to that. So the DNA, very strong support. 51.2 septillion times more likely to be that of Anthony Williams than any unrelated individual in the world. That was from Kurt Rhodes. If you recall, he was the expert on DNA. He told you and taught you how DNA is done, how everything works. So now putting those two things together, you can say, and the evidence shows, Anthony Williams, the way his head was in that Jeep, is that he is sitting in this front passenger seat, and as you can see, all the blood is dripping down the back of the seat. That tells you, ladies and gentlemen, and from the angle of entry when we get to the medical examiner's information, that his head was right here. So then we have one of the things that Detective Williams relied upon was the shirt of Cortland Henry. If you recall, there is a spot of blood on the front of the shirt. That blood, as Kurt Rhodes then told you, belongs to Anthony Williams. What does that tell you, ladies and gentlemen? That during the course of this shooting, Cortland Henry has his back against the driver's seat and is driving wearing this shirt when the shooting occurs. You know from that he is not the shooter. Why? Because if he was the shooter, the angle to get that wouldn't have the blood on the front of the shirt. It would have it coming across the driver's side and towards the side of the shirt, not the front. So on here you have the blowback coming there, and that's, again, 32.2 septillion times more likely to be the DNA of Anthony Williams. So then we have the back of the shirt. And so if you recall, the blood on the back of the shirt is right here. And that blood, Christopher Thomas, a single source profile. So what does that tell you, ladies and gentlemen? That tells you that Cortland Henry didn't fire the fatal shot for Christopher Thomas. Here's why. That blood is coming from Mr. Thomas when he is shot. The blood's only moving like that, as you heard from Sergeant Williams, when there is a pulse, when there is pressure. Remember the garden hose analogy that he used and talked about? That's when you're getting the blood that's going to be coming out of the body. And on that, so from there, you know, Cortland Henry is ducked over and flinching away from Christopher Thomas. So he cannot get that shot on Christopher Thomas from where he is sitting in the driver's seat. Even if he was in the back seat, let's argue that for a second. To get the blood there, he would have to have been completely turned facing backwards to Mr. Thomas and then turned and shot over his shoulder to get blood on the back of his shirt. That's not reasonable inside of a car. What is reasonable is that he's driving, the shot happens to Anthony Williams in the back of the head, blood gets on the front of his shirt. He flinches, comes down, shot happens to Christopher Thomas, blood gets on the back of the shirt. So that was the other aspect that we learned from Anthony Williams, because there was the entrance and the exit wound. So from there, ladies and gentlemen, you can tell, again, the side-to-side orientation of the head, because that front passenger window is blown out. That tells you that his head was not upright, but it was leaning over to the side. Because if you recall, the entrance on Mr. Williams is back behind his left ear, and the exit is up here in his hairline. If he was sitting up and awake and knew what was going on, you would expect to find a projectile in the headliner and the roof of that Jeep, but you don't. Instead, you know, based on his head angle, that it goes out the window, blows out the glass. For Christopher Thomas, he is in the rear. So what do you know about Christopher Thomas's wound? That it's coming in at almost 90 degrees on the left side of his face, and that there is stippling. You learned about stippling, the imprint of unburnt gunpowder into the skin of a living human being. Powder tattooing is also called. So on Christopher Thomas, you learned from Sergeant Williams, as well as from the medical examiners, that the firearm that inflicted that wound was approximately 3 inches to no more than 3 feet. Sergeant Williams said his estimation is no more than 12 inches away. And so why is that important? Let's go back and argue the Cortland Henry. If Cortland Henry was making these shots from the driver's seat, you would expect Anthony Williams to be covered in stippling, because they're that much closer and nothing would be blocking or impeding that shot. But if the shot is instead coming from the rear passenger side, you're not going to have that same stippling on Anthony Williams because the seat's in the way. Cortland Henry, there is nothing blocking it, so you have the stippling. So ladies and gentlemen, that's one of the things that you would notice, and the differences that show that why it could not have been Cortland Henry in the driver's seat with this weapon. We know it can the backseat passenger, it could have been, because there is stippling. If it was the backseat passenger was shot by the driver, you wouldn't see that pattern of stippling because they couldn't get close enough to make that pattern in that imprint. So then we have all the drive-by on the trajectory rods that we talked about briefly. But this one is important because this is talking about strike K. So why is strike K important, right? Strike K comes in and hits the front of the rear door. That tells you that that door was open when that drive-by was staged. Because as you heard from Sergeant Williams, if this was actually a drive-by, this is what you would have seen. Strikes coming in at different angles, at obtuse angles. There would be angles of entry that would show either a pattern of speeding up or slowing down. But instead, you have them coming in at 90 degrees. And that goes for the front, on the driver's side door, the rear driver's side door, and then you have strike K going across. And remember, this is, Chris Carter took this picture that shows you where strike K impacted this door. If this door had been closed, you would expect it to be going into the speaker. That's where you would expect it if it had been a closed door. That's not what happened. Also, if that had happened during a drive-by, whoever was sitting in that rear driver's side passenger seat would have had a projectile right through their knees. That was the path of that bullet. Talking about as well on the driver. If you recall, ladies and gentlemen, projectiles are found underneath the brake pedal. You don't see any injuries on Mr. Henry. He got out of that car too. So the shots from the back of the car, same angle of entry. They're not coming from the side. They're not coming in like there's any difference. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I have to talk about the medical examiner's information. I know it's difficult. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a picture up briefly, then I'm going to move to a blank slide to talk about it. So everyone, not trying to traumatize anyone. It's part of the case and it's evidence, so I apologize. So as you've learned, Anthony Williams' autopsy was conducted by Dr. McDougall. Dr. McDougall, if you remember, had COVID. She came in and testified. So again, we have Anthony Williams.
What did you learn during the course of Anthony Williams' autopsy? You learned that this is one of 3 times that Dr. McDougall could ever testify what was the fatal shot and which shots were post-mortem. And so I'm going to move on, and the next picture is going to show the fatal shot. Again, A is the entry wound, and E is the exit wound. And again, that shows the angle in which his head was positioned. And also it shows the lack of stippling, showing that that firearm was further away than that of from the wound that was inflicted on Christopher Thomas. So then I'm going to show you for comparison the difference with the post-mortem, where it's white, there's no hemorrhaging, there's no signs of life, body bleeding on these wounds. And these are the ones, if you recall, to his shoulder and to his torso. And so the one from his torso, which is B, came in through the side of the car and was into his body. And if you recall, the one that's like C came from one of the shots through the back of the car and into his shoulder. Moving on to Dr. Sodders with Christopher Thomas. As to Christopher Thomas, you learned about the stippling and the pattern that's on there. You learned the distance determination, and you learned that the wound through his head was the one that caused his death. And that was the one for which he was alive. You learned that when you're stippling, those are those tiny black implanted bits of gunpowder. So if you recall from George Bello, he drew the cone. You have a firearm, and as the parts from the firearm that are expelled, you have the projectile that goes forward, and then you have the cloud that gets increasingly bigger as it travels away from the muzzle of the gun. The example, if you take a handful of dust, sand, and a golf ball. You learn the golf ball is going to go the farthest because it has the most mass. It has the most weight to it. So the most energy can be transported to it. The golf ball is like your bullet. The sand is your unburnt powders of gunpowder. It's going to travel, not as far, but it has more mass, so more energy can be transferred to it than that of the dust. The dust falls out quickly. That's why we can say it's not 3 inches, but that's why they can say it's less than 3 feet from the medical examiner's perspective. So going to the wounds on his back. Again, no signs whatsoever of any blood, hemorrhaging in any of those wounds. There are projectiles that intersect his lungs. You heard Dr. Soder testify that the lungs bleed profusely if a person is alive. So ladies and gentlemen, from all of this, at this point, the state has established that there was someone in that rear seat. The someone who is in that rear seat is the person who committed this murder. And so now the question is who? So I'm going to show you now why the state has proven who was Jamel Zenitz. So we have the studio video. This is going to go through, and you can track the defendant wearing that lyrical lemonade sweater all the way out to the Jeep, where he gets in the spot the murderer sat in. It's important to notice, ladies and gentlemen, that phone. Always, always, always in his hand. He doesn't let go of it, still in his right hand as he's going to go get in that rear driver's side seat. Same with that satchel. You recall, ladies and gentlemen, that satchel and the one that you see Christopher Thomas wearing are never recovered. So they were taken out of the car by the defendant. So let's talk about the mobile records and the phones and why this is important. Okay? So the question is, are the phones themselves, do they know where they are? And then does the network know where the phone is. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the exhibits that was put in, and this is the phone of Mr. Devens at 3:18 a.m. If you will notice that there is right here a camera icon, and that is located at 805 Northeast 4th Avenue, because that's the camera from the studio that you just watched. And the blue pin is where the network thinks the phone is. Is it perfectly precise? No. But is it accurate? Yes, within a football field, right? We learned that less than 78 meters is the range on those bands for the timing advance. But this isn't the timing advance. This is where the network thinks the phone is. Ladies and gentlemen, the phones work. You know the phones work because in your daily life, when you need to go anywhere, you go into a mapping app and you put an address in. You don't have to know where you are to get somewhere because the phone knows where you are. These are things that you use on a daily basis. It's common sense. The phones work because you've used them. We've relied on them for years to show exactly how to get someplace. Look, in a populated area like this where there's multi-story buildings, okay, maybe it's a little bit more difficult to say precisely where a phone is. You can order a pizza by sending a drop pin. The phones work, ladies and gentlemen. We rely on them in our everyday life. So let's go and talk about the T-Mobile and the Sprint records. And so, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm putting up here is what I believe the evidence reflects. This doesn't go back with you. You don't get to take a copy of this into the back, but this is all things that are in evidence. This is a summary of them. So these are all the phone numbers that were in use in October of 2018. I am not suggesting they are still being used by these individuals. So at this point, the state has established, based on the business records from Sprint, Christopher Thomas, 772-713-2341. Anthony Williams, 954-248-9081. Mr. Demons, 772-713-9807. Cortland Henry, 561-720-3210. Janie King, the mother of Mr. Demons, 772-501-6942. Jameson Francois, track, the manager, 954-376-9158. Frederick Givens, the Louisiana-based rapper who lived the next community over, 225-529-5054. And then Dontavius Withers, one of the other individuals in the red Mitsubishi, 954-371-7895. So from these phone numbers and those records are where we're getting the information as to where the people work. So ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you to go through and look at those records. Look at who the subscriber is. Jamie King was paying for the phone of Anthony Williams and Jamal Demons. Doesn't mean she was using it. In fact, she's listed under the billing information, and that's her number. So you have that, and that's the 772-713-9807. And you can tell the date the service began, November 30th, 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, it's important to look at these things and things that start before the murder. Because when people are creating email accounts, when they're setting up social media, when they're buying phones years before, they're not trying to hide anything at that point. So I submit to you that those are things that are reliable because there's no motive at that point to lie. So we have, again, like I said, she's under the billing for Miss King. So we have Cortland Henry. And so if you recall, Detective Moretti talked to you about Cortland Henry. Because it was a question, oh, it's so weird he doesn't have a phone. Well, you learned that the phone that he had was a pay-as-you-go phone. So it was a minute phone. And you also learned that every single phone call that came into that phone on October 26th of 2018 went straight to voicemail. What's a reasonable inference, ladies and gentlemen? Phone wasn't on. You didn't have minutes, or it was broken. That's what those records show. They don't show Mr. Henry making a ton of phone calls and passing the phone off to someone else. No, they show a phone that was not operating. So looking at the CDRs, so this is from Mr. Demons, the 9807 phone number. What I've done, 840-34 at the top, that's going to be the, but for the time in question, October 26, 2018, you subtract 4. That's the same whether you're looking at the CDRs, whether you're looking at the Facebook or Instagram records. So that way you can help and cross-reference to see what's going on with an individual phone and where that phone is when these messages are being sent and when the social media is being accessed. So if you recall, ladies and gentlemen, we learned that the 805-631, we learned that the 805-637-7249, if you see an incoming phone call, and then that immediately outgoing to that number, it says it goes to voicemail. So right there, you have at 5:03 a.m., Jamie King calling the phone of Jamel Demons, her son, and being sent straight to voicemail. Then you have an incoming phone call from Frederick Gibbons, Frito Bang, that lasts 491 seconds. You then have another incoming call, only 11 seconds, and then Jamie King again sent to voicemail. So let's talk about the surveillance footage. And I know, I warned you ahead of time, there are some parts of this that are incredibly boring, utterly tedious, but they're important. And sometimes it's the smallest details that show that, look, this is what it says it is. So you have here 3:35 a.m., 36 seconds. And as you recall, this is the camera that sits on 595 on the entrance and exit to the express lanes. You learned from Detective Moretti that the express lanes toll camera all the way out past 136th Street. So ladies and gentlemen, from here, you know from the studio at 3:19 a.m., we're now 3:35, 16 minutes later. We have 2 cars, and you can go and pull this up. And if you need any assistance with doing that, we'll be happy to bring it back up in court and show it to you. You have 2 cars, and you can watch. So if the top lanes are looking east towards Fort Lauderdale, so when you watch these videos, you'll see 2 cars that come here on the eastbound, and then they're going to pop up down here on the westbound camera, and they're heading west. And ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, if you watch these 2 cars, one red and one gray, you will see them come up here and go to the left to get onto the ramp over to I-75 South. You can see here the lights going to the Sawgrass Expressway up to the Panther Arena. But if you watch those 2 cars at 3:35, that's what you will see. They go over to the left, head south towards Miramar Parkway. And so what you've learned, again, we have the camera icon, and then we have where the phone suggests the network it says it is. Blue dot right there at the bottom. Again, meters, not miles. We then have McDonald's, 3:47:56 and 3:46:57. So 1 second apart on those two cameras. And there, remember, we saw the red car go first, then the gray Jeep on 595. You're looking here, red car, gray car. So on surveillance footage, when a business, a private residence puts up surveillance cameras, they're not there for the benefit of law enforcement. They're there for the benefit of that business. So they're not required to capture the street that goes by. They're not required by any law to maintain those videos for any longer than they feel is necessary. They're there to make sure that if someone's coming through and burglarizing their business, they capture that information. The fact that they also happen to catch the cars going by is dumb luck. But this is not just dumb luck, because this is one of the parts of the investigation that Detective Moretti talked to you about. That they went out and went to multiple businesses. And look, these aren't officers that have been there 2 weeks on the job. Detective Moretti talked about, yeah, I've done tons of investigations at Walmart. I know their video retention policies. This is their jurisdiction that they are intimately familiar with as to where these cameras are and what they show. If you have a camera that's pointing in the completely wrong direction, you don't need to waste time to go in and look at something that's not going to show you anything. Or if you know the data retention period has already passed, because most are 7 days or less, you don't need to go back and do that again. So if you look at, again, we have the McDonald's. This is where the network thinks the phone is at 3:47. Meters, not miles. But this is showing you that those records are accurate. They're not explicitly precise, but they are accurate. Going to 3:53 a.m. This is the Montessori Academy. So ladies and gentlemen, you can see there's the Montessori Academy, and there is traffic. There is a car that is consistent with that gray Jeep going by at 3:53, at 4:06, and again before 4:20. You can watch that and look at that. It's not like there's no cars, there's nothing out there. There is things that corroborate that cell phone evidence. We have Sunset Lakes. That shows, and again, 3:50 a.m. So ladies and gentlemen, you learned a lot about the geography of Miramar and Fort Lauderdale and the distances between them. You learned from 805 Northeast 4th Avenue in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, to Sunset Lakes, the 40th Street Visitors Entrance. You're looking about 31 miles. Detective Moretti talked to you about driving that route, and rather than spend 45 minutes doing that drive, he instead did the 16-minute version flying over to be able to show you all of these locations in a much quicker, expedient process. So you know that the red Mitsubishi goes 30 miles in 30 minutes. That's an average speed of 60 miles an hour. And so you have in that the phone of Dontavius Withers. Mr. Withers has been identified as the person who was driving. And you have Travion Glass in that front passenger seat. Ladies and gentlemen, watch that video, please. You can see Mr. Glass moving his hands. You can see that he's awake at the time at this guard game. Watch it. If you need help, again, we're happy to assist. So then we have 4:03 a.m. So at 4:03 a.m., ladies and gentlemen, we have a very specific location the network thinks the phone is. And this goes back to being in the big city, right? We're here in this courtroom. Right there, we can see 3rd Avenue out the window. We can see the New River. Phone doesn't know if we're on the 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor. But we could be anywhere in this building, right? That's the beauty of Pembroke Road and US 27. Because what you've learned, ladies and gentlemen, is that on the west side of Highway US 27, there is a canal. You've learned that 208 Avenue is gated on the north and the south ends. That there is a Pembroke Pines fire training facility out there, so it's locked. You've learned that at the end of Pembroke Road, out here to the east on this map, there's another set of closed gates that prevents any further eastern traffic. You've learned that there's a waste management recycling facility out there. Again, another gate, an area you can't get into easily. So because of that limits the places the phone can be. It's not in a helicopter, it's in a car. And we'll get into that in just a little bit. So let's talk about the time in advance. For Mr. Dennett's phone, I want to make sure it's clear when we're going through outdoor stationary I've highlighted in green. So from 319 outdoor stationary, mobile, 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 till 4:03 outdoor stationary, then mobile again, all the way until 4:40. Why is that important? Well, let's look at the pattern of travel. Let's look at what the phone is showing where it thinks it is. Ladies and gentlemen, just think about cellular telephones. Think about how they can tell you're mobile. Most human beings can't run 60 miles per hour on their feet. So if you think about the speed at which a phone is traveling, that's going to tell the cell phone company whether it's mobile, inside a building, or outside. If someone is outside, not moving, nothing's obstructing, there's no concrete, there's no rebar, there's no electrical wiring interfering with their phone getting a clear signal to a tower, to the satellite for GPS, that's going to tell them outdoor stationary. And ladies and gentlemen, this is common sense. These are things that you know on a daily basis that you have to deal with your own cell phones. You go into a really tall building, hard to get a signal. You have to go out to a window. And just because that is out there, ladies and gentlemen, doesn't mean that we're saying it's 100% accurate. We're saying that it is reliable on that it is also able to be corroborated by other evidence. What do I mean? 3:18 a.m., where it says the defendant is outdoor stationary, guess what the video at the studio shows? The defendant outside. When it says out here at 4:40 and 4:42, outdoor stationary, guess what the other evidence shows? The defendant outside sending a drop pin to his buddy from that phone. So let's talk about the pawn slip. All This goes to showing when you're not.
I'm sorry. It's a good time to do it.
Yes, sir.
I'm told someone needs a restroom break. We'll take a short recess. Do not discuss the case
All right, so That doggone prosecutor, her facial expressions be tripping me out. She's looking like, what the elf? Hold on, let me see what's up. Are y'all paying attention? Now, I know, look. I tell y'all sometimes I got selective hearing. But, yo, y'all not paying attention. Did y'all not hear the jury instructions earlier? Manslaughter is on the table. Hold on, let me see what they say.
Can you arrange that for Mr. Evans, please? Yes, sir. Thank you. Recess.
All right. So let me just do a recap. In the jury instructions, okay? And they actually said at the end of court the other day. Manslaughter is on what it do, beast? Manslaughter is on the table, okay? So they gave some instructions, and one of which, and I can't again selective listening, okay? I can't recite every last one of them, but one was in fact, if based off the evidence, it was proven that the defendant was actually on the scene but did not possess a firearm type scenario, right? That it would be manslaughter. So just to say again, definitely manslaughter is on the table, okay? Because trust me, they don't have a strong enough case, whether or not you believe the phone is his or not, to just put felony murder only. Because you know what that means? If they only had put felony murder and did not prove that without a doubt, he definitely would have got off. But by adding a lesser charge, which is common, it means, okay, we know we ain't had the strongest case, but did we at least prove that he was there and a part of this crime? Because the judge also said that by doing the manslaughter thing doesn't per se say he killed them, but that he was a part of it. And that he's an equal principal if he was aware of what was going on. Right. And then also they have on there about the gang affiliation or the gang member. So that's on there too. So it could be manslaughter with gang affiliation, like a gang enhancement. So yeah, definitely. Okay. So, um, just want to clarify that because I've been watching the comments and I'm like, yo, are y'all paying attention? Great. So again, right now, I'm gonna be honest. The state is doing a great job at her closing arguments. She's playing into the smoke screen she presented throughout the case. Cause I told y'all, even my truth team is blinded by all that phone record stuff, blinded by all the that left seat. I told y'all since day one that emphasizing that left seat because yeah, we see him get into the car on the left side, right? And on day one, I told y'all, well, it's gonna hurt that we don't never see him get out the car, right? So she's playing into that. She's playing into the fact that it is some cryptic messages within the text messages, right? Between Melly and his mom, between Set Chaser and Melly's mom. And that's why she said, yeah, make sure you go take a look at it. She's doing a great job playing into her strengths, right? However, so far, she hasn't condemned the witness for the defense yet. So far, she has not threw him out the park, right? She has not said like, okay, boom. Now she did hint at Glass being awakened, right? So like he was awoke when they got to the gate. However, she didn't clarify that he said on record he can't see out of one eye, right? She didn't like close the gap with that. So that won't be a loophole. She didn't say on the video that she kept referencing, right? Um, no, they're doing closing arguments, beast. Um, so they didn't break it down to the fact of without a doubt, we know this didn't happen. When she put up, matter of fact, what we see on the screen right now, the surveillance from the interstate or the highway, it doesn't show that the car never stopped. Like that's not the proof. But see, some people is gonna outside looking in. We don't know what the jury gonna think, but we just talking about us as consumers watching. A lot of people is gonna see that as proof the cars never stopped, but that's not what she's proving. she's just showing us a video of the two cars passing, right? And then she's showing us the cell map of the call record, showing that at this point, once it left off the screen of the camera from the highway, the cell phones went this way and the other cell phone went that way. That's what she's proving right there. She's not proving, though, that Melly could have got out of the car. Because, again, they never tracked the GPS of the car. They only tracked the cell phones. And, again, it could, look, it does show possibly he was there. But it doesn't show he wasn't there either. So it's like, it's all about how it's presented. And right now, like I said, she's doing a good job. Because a lot of people's already blinded by the fact of all the fluff and the wording that she's saying, and she's hitting strong on her strengths. As far as we have the video, y'all don't have a video showing that he got out the car. We have a video showing that he got in the car. You know what I'm saying? Now, I am interested to see how she ends off her statement, because again, I wasn't impressed how she handled the one witness the defense did present, because I felt like if she knew without a doubt that he was telling the story, she would have dug into him the same way she dug into Felicia Holmes, the same way she got on Trayvon Glass. So look, I'm just saying, I don't think that witness is as out of bounds as we may think as consumers, because just think about it. The way the prosecution, I mean, with Felicia Holmes, we thought they was gonna fight. That's how they was going. Like the judge had to step in, like, and referee them. So if she really had some, I know you ain't telling the truth. Yeah. But like I said, gotta give it to her. She's tying it together. She's playing into her strengths of the case. She's playing into the illusions that she has placed. Now, what's going to need to happen is the defense gonna have to drill on the fact that she's putting up smoke screen. He's gonna have to drill on the fact that, are they back? Hold on.
They're ready, Judge. All right, in 3 minutes. Jury entered. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the verdicts of our jury, the defendants, Ms. Coleman, his counsel, rather, and the assistant state attorney. Counsel, if you're ready to proceed with your closing, you may.
So continuing on the pawn slip. Why have a pawn slip, right? Seems kind of silly. But again, this goes back to showing that you're not planning any murder.
You be here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just keep moving the podium. Oh, excuse me, here. Thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
When you are not planning a murder, you use your real phone number. And this isn't, oh, this was where I could be reached. He was pawning jewelry. You have this in evidence. And you heard from Inger Allen, who testified that that is the defendant's thumbprint. You have his signature, where he is stating that everything on that document, that the facts stated in it are true. There's a fact. His cell phone number is 772-713-9807. So I go to the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles records. You have his name, his driver's license number, his signature. The same driver's license number, signature, and name that you have on the pawn slip. Then you have the booking prints, where you heard from Deputy Maycock that yes, he took the prints of the defendant on February of 2019, and that is the same thumbprint that's on that booking print that's on that consulate. So let's talk a little bit about the CAST analysis. That was the FBI, Special Agent Brendan Collins. He looked at not just one phone, but compared and contrasted 2 phones in each of these particular analysis slides that he compiled. And those are in evidence, and you feel free to look at those and refer to those. So we have here between 3:20 a.m. and 3:57 a.m. 772-713-9807, Mr. Demon's phone, and the 9081, Mr. Williams' phone, are all tracking together. If you recall, when there's circles, Special Agent Collins is indicating they are using the same cell tower. He's not plotting in terms of the distance on those. That's all he's indicating with that. So this is showing the pattern of travel, that at each of these points, they're using the same cell towers. So ladies and gentlemen, you've learned that the phones of Mr. Demons and Mr. Williams travel in from 3:20 a.m. in 40 minutes.
Oh, I've seen this in a movie.
Points. They're using the same cell towers. So ladies and gentlemen, you've learned that the phones of Mr. Demons and Mr. Williams travel in from 3:20 a.m. in 40 minutes all the way out to US 27 in Pembroke Road. And so why is that important? You've learned from watching the videos of the geography how long it takes to get from the studio out to 184th and Miramar Parkway. That's about a couple blocks north of the Sunset Lakes 40th Street entrance. You've learned that. So now you know that how long it takes to go all the way up to Pines Boulevard, because as you've learned, Pembroke Road doesn't go through. You have to go all the way to Pines to get across. So then on the other side, you have Mr. Thomas in the gray Jeep, the deceased in the rear passenger seat, and Mr. Withers, the driver of the red Mitsubishi. And they're both on Sprint. If you recall, Mr. Demons and Mr. Williams, same phones, same phone planes. Mr. Thomas, Mr. Withers, both on Sprint. Because at this point, T-Mobile and Sprint were 2 different companies. They have since merged. Again, you're showing the same pattern of travel. From the studio, going north up to Sunrise, Sunrise down I-95, 595 across to I-75 south to Miramar Parkway. And they are showing consistently traveling together. Then we have Francois, track, his phone. Here's his alibi. He's home. This is the Margate, Toscana apartments that you've heard about and learned about. He is nowhere near US 27. He's nowhere near the recording studio. He's at his home in Margate, his apartment, until noon the next day. Then for some reason, at noon, on October 26th of 2018, Jameson Francois' phone is out there in that same US 27 and Pembroke Road location. And so is that of Mr. Demons. Very odd location to go to. Nothing out there, except evidence of a murder. And ladies and gentlemen, you know the number of shell casings that were found at that scene. And you know that there's at least A through Q fired into the outside of that vehicle, not including the ones inside the vehicle, in terms of the number of shots that are fired. But they're going back there. So going back to Mr. Demmons' phone at 4:40 a.m. Remember the timing advance bands. So at this point, at 4:40 a.m., you also have seen the Memorial Miramar video, where at 4:35, the Memorial Hospital is right here. At 4:35, 5 minutes earlier, Portland Henry drives the gray Jeep into the hospital with the 2 deceased victims. So you know where Anthony Williams is, you know where Christopher Thomas is, and you know where Portland Henry is, because it's on video. So then you have the timing advance band. And again, this goes to, where is the phone? Because the phone, you've learned, connects and talks to the tower no matter what. But the phone doesn't make outgoing phone calls on its own. The phone doesn't send text messages on its own. That takes user input. So here's an example of the drop pin at 4:42 a.m. to Frederick Gibbons. This is from Special Agent Collins, showing where on this red band the phone would be based on the phone network records. Then we have the phone itself saying where it is. Pretty consistent. So let's talk about whose phone it is. And I know it was a lot of video of pictures to watch. I know that. I'm not going, and we all will know that I can quantify countries. So I want to make sure that everyone understands why it's important as to who the phone shows. All of these photos, all of these FaceTimes show the defendant. There's not a single instance that's been put before you in that phone, which is in evidence. It states 64 of the extraction, and then the phone itself as well, that says, hey, this is so-and-so, I'm using Melly's phone. You don't have that, because it doesn't exist. Instead, you have this defendant using his phone. And he's the only person using this phone. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it's important to note that this isn't the polished, perfect shots. These are the outtakes. These are the ones that aren't suitable for public consumption, that aren't put out on Instagram, that aren't put out there to promote an album or anything like that. These are the raw images. That's why it's important to look at those. And ladies and gentlemen, just because there's a photo on this phone of something else, if you take a photo of your dog with your phone, it doesn't mean it's your dog's phone. You're taking pictures of what's important to you. I submit to you, you can tell based on these photos and these videos what's important to this defendant. The videos. Just going to play one, but this is, like I said, a sample of the 1,000 some. This one is interesting because you see the reflection of the phone in the glasses. The videos also show, if you recall, the video of the Western Union transmission. 772-713-9807, October 2nd of 2018. This is the only individual that is using this phone. Talking about the jail call. You heard about 6 minutes of this call. And of which part, there's 2 minutes where it's silent. What is that? We learned during the course of that call that the phone, 772-713-9807, didn't have money to pay for the minutes for the jail call. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to remind you what that jail call said.
Hello, this is a collect call from an inmate at Broward County Main Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To continue, press 1. To disconnect, press 2. Thank you for using Security. You may start the conversation now. Hello? Hey, Mom. Hey, baby. Why didn't you just call my phone where I got my credit card linked to? You should have called my phone, baby, because I put money on my phone. It's money on my phone. No, you out of money. It says that this is not with this. I just put my credit card on your phone now. Yeah, yeah, you could have. Oh, yeah, my credit card is equipped. Yeah, I don't know your credit card number because it asks for like your expiration date and your zip code. I don't know what your stuff is that's linked to that card. What is 7-Eleven? That's 7-Eleven is July. What you doing, baby? Yeah, I'm driving. My credit card. I'm gonna give you my credit card number. Well, I'm trying to get turned back your phone because he said I'll be answering the phone when I'm supposed to. Yeah, you gonna be working already. Yeah. Oh, he just said he love you. Keep your head up. And everything. And then, yeah, easy. Where's been texting your phone? I ain't been reading your stuff, but he got like text messages from him. I didn't know if you want me to call him or anything on 3-way or. Yeah, but I'm asking for a call Justin home. Who is that? Hold on. You got your number? Yeah, it's my phone. Justin home. Oh, he did his son. Okay. Hey, I got the bridge. The bridge went up. Okay, now put in the GPS for 7-Eleven. Okay, yeah, So I go under contact, you go under Justin. Yeah. What's the number? It said I need facial recognition. 762-556. 7. Oh my God, I'm trying to drive, trying to do this. Hold on, 762-556. Yeah, right here real quick. I just like, hold on, I'm about to have a writer drive so I can do this for you. But I'm trying to do too many things at once.
So what did we learn in that phone call? We fast forwarded through the part where they're putting the credit card phone number in. They use GPS. They find it reliable to find a 7-Eleven. That's the defendant's phone. Why are we calling my phone? That Mariah is there with Janie King. And that is the phone number that's being called. That's being identified as my phone by the defendant. So let's talk about some of the text messages. And ladies and gentlemen, you will have those to go through and look at them. You'll have the one, and I submit to you that crazy or crazy lady is Janie King. Go through, read those messages. You can see it's a mother-son relationship. I love you, kid, son. All of those types of endearments showing you who's using the 9807 phone. You also have with Anthony Williams. He's listed as the contract as twin. Ladies and gentlemen, we've gone over the messages where you can see the animosity, that there is some tension between Mr. Williams and Mr. Demmons, where Mr. Williams is making it clear that, and I will fully agree, Mr. Demmons was a talented musical artist. Anthony Williams had not had that level of success. Christopher Thomas didn't have that level of success. They don't have that opportunity because the defendant killed him. But the defendant was making money. He was the one that was the revenue source, the meal ticket in that house. Look at the messages. Look at the tone of them. Look who's asking for money. Look at the way they communicate about things for the house, about food. And look at where Anthony Williams is saying, look, I'm the CEO. The others are artists. Anthony is saying, myself, Mr. Demons, Mr. Thomas, we're the CEOs. But at that time, Mr. Demons is the only one who's actually putting in the work, who's doing anything, who's making the money, who's recording the songs. You have the chat with Frederick Gibbons. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the one in which the defendant asked to be picked up from the side of Pembroke Road. That's that drop pin that we talked about in relation to the cast records. That phone is being used by the person who committed the murder. And ladies and gentlemen, the only evidence before you, the only evidence is that the only person that used that phone was the defendant, Jamel Demons. So go through and look at some of the videos. You have the studio video. You have the brief clip of the documentary. Watch what the defendant's doing with his phone during that. Glued to that phone. Glued to it. So let's talk about the activity and the location data. What does this show? We have on October 25th of 2018, 8:14 p.m., a scent of a CL, or a current location, a drop pin. That one is sent to Anthony Williams. You can look at the messages and look at all of this and verify all of these things. Then the next one going from the bottom up, we have 4:42:49 a.m. That's the first one on the side of 178, just south of Pembroke Road, mere blocks from the hospital. Then we go to the second one, 4:53:30. You can look and you can see, based on the numbers, how close those two drop pins are from one another. Negative 80.38, negative 80.38, 25.98, 25.98. And you can see the time difference between the two of those. And then, this part is key. The next Wi-Fi the defendant connects to is not at his house, not at the YNW castle, but at Frito Banks. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the defendant committed the murder, dropped off on the side of the road, and then needs to find a way to get home. They can't go home because the other people in the red Mitsubishi, they didn't know what happened. And they need time to get their story straight. And police don't know about Frito Bang's involvement. In fact, police don't find out about Frito Bang and the picking up of this until February and March of 2019, after the defendant's in custody. So what we had to look at now, Frito's house Wi-Fi, 8:47. And then look, it connects back again automatically at 12:27. That further verifies and corroborates the trip back to US 27 and Pembroke Road at noon that I submit to you was to pick up shell casings. Then we go back and we have the one that we did in open court, the one at 6:41 p.m. It is at that location at the video shoot. 10:27 at 3:02 a.m. That is the next time the defendant returns to that house. The YNW castle, the 18521 Southwest 44th. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes common sense is not so common. And these details are things that are not being contemplated after the murder. Because if the version that was brought in by Mr. Davis, the defense witness, is to be believed, that phone should have gone to the house. That phone should have connected to the YNW Castle Wi-Fi, not be sending drop pins all over the county and connecting to somebody else's Wi-Fi before finally going back to that house. So remember, that phone showed mobile all the way till 4:03 a.m. That's when it went outdoor stationary. So ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, that's when that drive-by was staged and the victims were killed sometime between the highway at Miramar Parkway and I-75 and getting out to US 27. Because you learned they were dead for some time. And look, there's no way to put an exact amount on there, but hearts were not beating when that drive-by was staged. So then if we go into the steps. If you recall, the drop pins, 442, 1,397 steps, 945 meters. And ladies and gentlemen, you can go back, and this is in evidence, you can look through and see when the defendant's at the studio, in the recording studio, you don't see this type of movement. If the defendant was home in bed, you wouldn't have any activity. As to if it's 70 steps, 80 steps, 50 steps, you would have 0 if the defendant was home in bed with his phone. As you recall, 4:03 a.m. is when the phone is saying outdoor stationary inside of Pembroke Road 27. So let's go to Felicia Holmes. Felicia Holmes, I think it is safe to say, hates me. And I'm okay with that. Because my job is to prosecute a crime and prove that it happened. Ms. Holmes didn't show up for a summons. There are consequences if you do not comply with court orders. You were served a jury summons to show up, just as she was served a subpoena to show up. I'm not going to apologize for doing my job. But what I am going to say is remember her testimony. And I have to say, the photos are courtesy of Law and Crime, so I appreciate their allowing me to use those. Ms. Holmes did everything she could to not perjure herself. Because she didn't want to say she lied to law enforcement. Because that would get her in trouble. So she was this whole, I don't remember. But even with all of that, she did remember one very important detail. Mr. Demmons on a FaceTime call with her daughter. So you know at that point, ladies and gentlemen, that Mr. Demmons...
Objection. There's no such testimony. Objected. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you are to rely on your own recollection of the evidence. This is counsel's summation of what she believes is in evidence. Proceed, counsel.
You heard from her mouth that she heard her daughter scream and that when she spoke with the defendant on FaceTime.
Objection. Thank you. Same ruling, ladies and gentlemen. You are to rely on your own recollection of the evidence. Proceed.
She was asked if it knew about a drive-by shooting because the cover-up has already started. And remember, Cortland Henry is at the hospital. 4:35. Mr. Demmons is not. But they've already worked out this story to try and get away with murder. Whatever was said on that phone call was so troubling and so disturbing to Ms. Holmes that she and her daughter then drove immediately to Broward County. She remembers Frito Bang's house. She remembers lunch, but doesn't remember the contents of the call, doesn't now remember the phone number that was used or anything like that. Doesn't know her 17-year-old daughter's phone number at the time. Ladies and gentlemen, common sense. A mother is going to know her child's phone number. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that little detail about the $5,000 that she got, that wasn't from the state. She says, oh no, that was for a vacation. Ladies and gentlemen, that was hush money. That's what that $5,000 was.
Objection. There's no evidence for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are to rely on your own recollection of the evidence. This is argument. Proceed.
So if you recall, Ms. Holmes identified that driver's license in the Snapchat video. That's her daughter, Mariah Hamilton. You can see, again, one of the photos that was previously shown. Ms. Hamilton and Mr. Demons spoke on FaceTime all the time. And Mr. Demons took screenshots all the time. Always making content, whether on purpose or not. Every single time that you can see this is an example of showing this was his pattern. And ladies and gentlemen, remember Ms. Johnson from T-Mobile. The call detail records are just that, calls, not data. A FaceTime, a video communication, is a data usage on a phone, not a cellular telephone call. So you're not going to see a cellular telephone call on the CDR showing Ms. Holmes and Ms. Hamilton's phone call from the side of the road. Travion Glass, the red Mitsubishi. What did we learn from Mr. Glass? We learned that the red Mitsubishi did not stop at the gate. And ladies and gentlemen, that's consistent with the physical evidence, with all of the cell phones, with everything else that cannot be changed by a person's failure to recall, that is in the records, that is on video. That's what you can show to corroborate, show that he is being honest. Mr. Glass said, Mr. Demons was not in the car, that red Mitsubishi, at any point on October 26th of 2018. Same 4 people got in, same 4 people got out. He recalled the different clothing the defendant was wearing at Frito Bang's house. And he authenticated those photos that Danny Polo first introduced, that those were from that evening, where you see Anthony Williams sitting on a couch smiling, where you see Christopher Thomas animated standing up, where you see Jamel Demons doing a handshake with the engineer. And look at those photos, ladies and gentlemen, because if you zoom in and you look up at that top of the one photo where the engineer is sitting down at the computer, and Mr. Demons is standing up, you can see the exact same screen grabs of the studio surveillance footage that you watched. You can see the red Mitsubishi and the gray Jeep parked just as they were. So Mr. Glass said that the red Mitsubishi did not stop. Just because you're in a courtroom doesn't mean common sense doesn't apply. If you fall asleep in a car and the lulling motion of the car driving puts you to sleep. That first red light, when you get off that interstate. Wakes you up. These are things that you can rely on in your own personal experience to say, oh, yeah, that makes sense. That the red Mitsubishi didn't stop. That the 30 minutes and 30 miles are consistent with one another. That there was no stopping on the side of the road. And also, there's no reason. There is no reason that's been put before this jury whatsoever. Not in the phone records, not in the Snapchat, nothing that explains why 8 people that are going to the exact same location would stop on the side of the road. Just one person would switch a car. No reason whatsoever. And ladies and gentlemen, you can look at those videos and see the cars are tracking together. The phones are tracking together. All the way through until they get to 184th. So we have the memorial mirror mark that gives us that timestamp on Mr. Henry. And we also know that here Mr. Henry changed clothes. So we have in short sleeves at the studio, and now wearing long sleeves as he runs in to talk to Officer Amangor, who was the detail officer working at the hospital. So what you have learned from this.
Once you try the roomy toe box and more natural foot position of ultras.
So you can see from the Jeep at the hospital, they then recline that seat all the way forward to take out Mr. Thomas, and they bring Mr. Thomas into the hospital. I'm not going to play the video now, but so you know at this point that Cortland Henry has changed clothes. And that'll become important again in a moment. So George Bello, I don't think he has dropped off your certificates and firearms, but I am assured they are coming. You learned that he is part of the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab, Firearms and Tool Marks unit, that he is the manager of that unit, that he has worked in that particular area for a number of years, both here and in Dade County. And you learned more about firearms and how a casing is marked by a firearm, how a projectile is marked. And this is just some of the things that you've learned. Shapes of firing pins, breech face marks, extractor marks, ejector marks, lands and grooves, rifling, the class characteristics, which means every specific Glock 19 has these same class characteristics. The rifling, the lands and grooves, right? Those are going to be the same for each Glock 19. But then you learn the individual characteristics are the things that make each firearm unique. So what did you learn specifically on this casings and projectiles? So starting with the projectile, this was recovered from Anthony Williams. This was from his shoulder. We have the ones from Christopher Thomas, and this is just a sample of the 7 that were recovered. So what do you learn about all of these projectiles? You learn about the projectiles from the Jeep. And again, this is just a sample, not all of them. So you learn that numbers 13, 14, and 15, right? So those are going to be the ones from the Jeep. And the easiest way to reference all of these, ladies and gentlemen, is the G number. The group number, which is the one that's assigned by Miramar, and that's on the packaging for each of those particular items of evidence. So you learn that 13, 14, and 15, which came out of that Jeep, were all fired. 13 and 15 are definitely the same weapon. And 14 is very likely to be the same, but it has too much damage to make a full conclusion on that. So then on the ones from Mr. Thomas and Mr. Williams. That's the G44, 57 through 63. Again, some of them have both class and individual characteristics, which they could have been fired from the same weapon, and the rest have just class characteristics. And so then we have the cartridge casing. So this casing is at the passenger, rear, driver's side, floorboard. The exact seat Mr. Demons was sitting in a plastic bag. This cartridge casing is found October 26th of 2018. Then we go to November 21st of 2018, where you heard about the testimony they had to use the canine to find these particular artifacts. All of these 8 casings are consistent and fired from the same weapon as the one inside the car. From this, ladies and gentlemen, we went through the cantilevers, the lands, the grooves, the rifling on all of those. So we go through every single one, and that's G196 through 203. All right? They all match. And so you learn from George Bello that he doesn't have a weapon for comparison. And he gives a list, 30 or so weapons that could have caused this particular casing and projectile. Right? So you learn that without the actual firearm and the exact same ammunition, you can't do a range of fire or distance determination, because there are things in each firearm that would affect that. You want to, in any scientific experiment, make as few variables as possible. If you don't have the gun, can't do it. So then you also learn that if you don't have the gun, you cannot match the casings to the projectiles. You can match projectile to projectile and casing to casing, but you can't match one to the other, because there's different marks from different parts of the gun. Other important thing, George Bello specifically excluded Glock firearms because they have a different, very distinct type of rifling. So all of those Glock-related firearm things, the Jameson Francois, no relation whatsoever to this case. I can tell you that was not the murder weapon. Can't tell you that what specific gun was the murder weapon, because it's never been found. There's never been another match to that to this day. So let's go to GSR. Tara Helsell came in and testified from RJ Lee. You learned GSR, primer, that's what she's testing for and looking at under the scanning electron microscope. Antimony, barium, and lead. That those three, when all three are together, are considered GSR. That is a gunshot residue particle, all three of them. You learned that Mr. Henry has one 3-component GSR particle on his left hand. And then there are 2-component particles, so either lead and antimony, lead and barium, or barium and antimony, right? One on his left hand and one on his right hand. So you've learned that some of those maybe show up, the 2-component particles, in other circumstances. But generally you see a third element. I believe she referenced brake pads, and you could also see steel. You don't have that here, right? So you have a 3-component GSR and a 2-component GSR, 2 of those. So the G in 2023 even have more than 9 2-component GSR particles found 5 years later. They're still there. And that you heard from Chris Williams, who obtained those during his shooting reconstruction and sent them in for testing. So what does that tell you about Cortland Henry? Ms. Kelso was very clear. She goes, I cannot say that GSR being there or GSR not being there means that someone fired a gun. Because there's 3 options. 1, they fired a gun. 2, they were in close proximity to someone that fired a gun. Or 3, they touched a surface upon which GSR was and it transferred to their skin. So ladies and gentlemen, with regards to the GSR, you also learned that it falls off very quickly. So you have a Jeep covered in 2 component particles, and you have Mr. Henry having 1 after changing clothes. What you don't have is an answer as to Mr. Dennis, because he was never tested. Because he didn't speak to law enforcement that day, he didn't go to the hospital, he was never tested for GSR. He did nothing on that. So you can't draw a conclusion one way or the other as to GSR, because there is no answer to that. So again, George Bello says all 8 casings are all from the same firearm. You can't have a drive-by and have a casing wind up inside the car. Doesn't work that way. So then we get to Mr. Henry's statement, part of the cover-up. So you hear, I was getting sleepy, I was almost home. Out of nowhere, I heard gunshots. I ducked down, almost crashed the car. And these are from that sheet that you had. And if you want to listen to that statement again, those will be made available to you as well as the disc, but you would have to come out into the courtroom to look at those. So he's talking about ducking, hitting the median. He's embellishing, trying to sell this story. Because there's no evidence that shows any sort of tire damage, any sort of rim damage whatsoever. But no description, no idea what type of car, nothing on that, because there wasn't one. But he is trying to build a cover story to take this defendant and separate him from the shooting. So as you learned, how Miramar Parkway is laid out. And you learned that the Miramar Police Department shut down Miramar Parkway and walked more than 2 miles. They walked from I-75 all the way to 184. And so when you look at Miramar Parkway and the geography of it compared to Mr. Henry's statement, it's interesting to note that the hospital is right there. If it had happened as he stated, we wouldn't have differing timeframes on the postmortem wounds and the fatal wounds. That's a mile. From I-75 to 172nd, 1 mile. From 172nd to Pembroke Road, 1 mile. If that's where this happened, you would have evidence of it. And there is none. There's no casings, there's no glass, there's no projectiles. So from this, and all of the cell phone records show consistent path of travel all the way across Miramar Parkway to 184th. That is when everything splits. And if you recall, Detective Hector Bertrand testified when these maps were placed into evidence. So let's go to the DNA. On October 26th of 2018, Chris Carter swabbed the rear driver's side door handle interior. It wasn't tested until later because, ladies and gentlemen, as you can tell, investigations are fluid. They evolve. Let's not also forget, we had 15 months of a global pandemic where nobody came into this building. So this isn't tested until later on. Doesn't change what's on the swab. As you've learned from both Kurt Rhodes, the DNA expert, if you have DNA on there and it's in an optimal environment, like a cotton swab. It's going to be there pretty much indefinitely. On this swab, when it is tested, from this door handle with the blood on it, here's what you have. Very strong support for Christopher Thomas. Limited support that Anthony Williams is also included. And very strong support that Jamel Demons' DNA is on that door. So ladies and gentlemen, when an item is tested, doesn't change the results. There are many factors that go into when an item is tested. Witnesses aren't being cooperative. Have to come up with a different way to prove it. This is the other way to prove it, ladies and gentlemen. That his DNA was on that door handle. Let's go to the trace evidence. This is a very unique piece of evidence that you don't see very often in any case. And what does the glass on US 27 in Pembroke Road tell us? Let's think about this. The glass is on the north side of the road. Why is that important? So if you have Melly's murder mobile on the south side of the road, stage the drive-by, you now have a ton of shattered glass. Some in the vehicle, some hanging on. You have to leave that area. How do you go from facing eastbound on the south part of the road to going back to US 27, because that's the only way out, as you've learned, pop a U. What happens when you pop a U-turn? All the glass that was in that vehicle is then thrown out to the north side of the road as they make that U-turn. So ladies and gentlemen, that's why this glass was collected, and that's what it shows. It shows the pattern of travel and the fact that this did happen in Miramar on the south side of Pembroke Road. So you have the different populations of glass, and you heard from James Morano that the two different types that he went through and he compared them, and that they are consistent, both the standards as well as the ones on the side of the road. It's another thing and another level of showing you that this Jeep was out there, that this was the cover-up, that this was not a drive-by. So let's go to the gangs. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm limited on time in terms of what I can talk about. So in some areas, I'm going to be brief. This is one of those. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows the defendant is a G-Shine blood gang member. And so for the purposes of the jury instructions that His Honor just read to you, you have to determine if at the time of this offense, if the murder of his two friends benefited the defendant. And in benefiting the defendant and promoting or benefiting his position in the gang, it then helped the gang itself. You learned many, many things about G-Shine, the organization. And I think the most important thing to look at is to compare and contrast the public facing, the YouTube videos, the gang signs, the music videos, the motto for the album, right? Those could be an actor. That could be a show put on for the public. But look at the private side, the not for public consumption. Look at those messages. And look at that, there is a benefit to both sides. The gang gets notoriety, gets money. The defendant, he gets access to different venues, as you heard. He gets protection. He gets a sense of whatever you want to call comes along with being a gang member. And so, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard lots of testimony from Detective Danny Polo as to what the primary activities of G-Shine. of GKB, gangster killer Bloodsucker. You learn that they're the enforcers. You learn that they are violent. You have that information before you in those text messages. The nighttime drive. This shows the conditions under which this murder took place. This is not an area you find by accident or misfortune. This is a planned drive out to the edge of the Everglades where there's not going to be any witnesses. This shows pre-planning and premeditation. This is a consistent, quick, no stops, no detours ride out here. And so some of the things that you can look for premeditation, the nature of the weapon used. So having the firearm already. And ladies and gentlemen, how do you know that they had the firearm already and the defendant had the firearm already? Because he asked for it the day before. Remember, on October 25th, Jamel Demons, 9807, sent a text message to Anthony Williams asking, where's the fire at? FYE. And Mr. Williams says, it's in here with us. And if you look at the context of the conversations, that shows they were driving down from a location in Stewart, and they were driving to pick the defendant up at the airport. Mr. Williams brought his own murder weapon to the defendant. Look at the rest of the conversations. There's multiple discussions about this firearm. Where's the firearm? From Mr. Williams to Mr. Demons earlier on. It's in my closet, third shoebox. This is discussed. That is not a lighter. That is not a really great song. That's a firearm, ladies and gentlemen. There is discussion about firearms. The presence or absence of adequate provocation. When you look at that and you're looking at this case, they were friends, right? They were buddies since they grew up. But look at the stress being placed on this defendant as the only one bringing the money in, as the only person who's paying the bills. Look at the tension on that, right? Look at the issues and concerns with Mr. Williams, Anthony Williams, and the defendant's mother, that they're fighting an argument. The message is on there to that effect. So look at, for premeditation, you can also look at the manner in which the homicide was committed. Anthony Williams was shot in the back of the head. That was planned for when he was sleeping so that he could not fight back. That was a premeditated, planned killing of Anthony Williams, where there would be an alibi already discussed. So then, Christopher Thomas. Premeditation, as the judge instructed you, does not require days, weeks, months of planning. Premeditation can be formed quickly. Example we used in jury selection. Going to your mom's house on Mother's Day. You forget to bring flowers. You reach down, pull some flowers out of her yard and give her to those. That is premeditation. That is thinking about something, then doing it. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you the murder of Christopher Thomas was premeditated in that as well. Chris Thomas, as you saw with Sergeant Williams and Mr. Howard demonstrating, oh my goodness, what's going on? Mr. Demons then made the decision at that point, he couldn't have a witness. So look at that. Those are all things in which you can get premeditation, how it was committed, the wounds that were inflicted, the back of the head. Going to Facebook. Showing again that the different information that you have before you belongs to this defendant. 772-713-9807. And that Melly, Montana, at iCloud.com is the email. Remember the snapshot? Melly.Montana. These are names that the defendant uses over and over again to talk about and communicate and identify himself. And look, that phone says verified as belonging to Jamel Demons. Also remember Facebook. We have October 26th of 2018. Sun's going down. And the defendant's phone also shows him at this location in Cocoa. And he is dancing and singing and performing, wearing the same jacket, an identical jacket to what Chris Thomas was wearing the night before, and showing Mr. Henry wearing the denim jacket, like Mr. Williams was wearing the night before. And so the question was posed about a contractual agreement and losing money to be there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, look at the text messages between Mr. Demons and his mother, because he wasn't worried a couple of months before about missing a show because he was getting his hair braided and losing $1,000. But then this night, when his friends were killed, he's dancing and partying around and is worried about a contractual agreement. Just look at those types of information and those types of behavior and how someone is acting. Snapchat. If you recall, this is the argument between Mariah Hamilton and Jamel Demons, Melly, Montana. Court coming everywhere with me, because if them crackers can grab him, it's my fault, you forgot. I keep Portland with, because at the end of the day, he did one of the realest shit in my life. Yeah, he covered up a murder. Did a very terrible job of it, but that's what he did. That's what this is referring to. This is less than 2 weeks after this homicide occurs, and that's what they're talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a confession in this case. The defendant, and now look at the time. Remember we talked about the UTC? So subtract 4. So UTC 2,000 hours. You subtract 4, 1,600 hours. You do the conversion. So 4 p.m. 4 p.m. I did that with the smiley face. And that's what I said in opening. Context is key. The whole floor is coding. Awesome if you work at Google. Terrible at Broward General Hospital. Context is key. So you've learned Peasy Gambino, as you heard from Detective Moretti, is potentially facing federal firearms charges, the gun dealer, is told by the defendant, I did that. Shh. And look at the messages between Mr. Demons and Mr. Gambino. Peasy Gambino is a blood gang member. He uses all those same information, slang words, changing of the letters that you learned about from Detective Polo. October 26th, he asks to reach out to see how the defendant's doing. And the defendant says, I did that. And to make a spelling that, other times he uses DAT. And gentlemen, you saw the song where he has a song that he's released called THAT in his phone. So again, Instagram and how these all fit together. 6:58 a.m. Jamie King, RN, the defendant's mother. Are you here? I'm in Miami. And by the stadium, I'm a mess. I'm so worried. I'm here. Well, remember those CDRs where you kept sending her to voicemail? Ladies and gentlemen, this shows that she's trying to contact her son. He is ignoring her, and so she's reaching out to her son, who responds back with, I love you, Mom. I'm good, Mom. Because he had the phone at that point. So the judge read you the law. Anthony Williams is dead, and it was premeditated. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you the evidence very clearly shows the defendant was caused by Jamel Demens. Same as to Christopher Thomas. Talks about premeditation. Principles. So if, ladies and gentlemen, if you believe that Cortland Henry is charged, but that's for another jury on another day. If Cortland Henry assisted and helped and shot these two individuals to help out Mr. Demens, Mr. Demens is just as guilty. Because a principal is someone who decides to help before the murder is completed. And you have that with Mr. Henry, and making that drive and going out to the edge of the Everglades. You have that. He is a principal to first-degree murder. Mr. Demens is just as guilty, and so is Mr. Henry. So, in my few remaining moments, I want to briefly touch on the unlucky 13, because I'll give Mr. Adelstein, Mr. Henry. He's charged, right? So from all those unlucky 13 people that are listed as suspects, they have one thing in common, and only one thing in common. They made a single online threat. In poor taste? Yes. Any other evidence that ties them to this case? None. No location data. No communication from anyone in that Jeep to say where they were. No DNA of any of those people on that Jeep. No ballistics evidence at their feet where they were sitting in that Jeep. No private confession. Because remember, all of these online threats, they're out there for the public because they're trying to get attention and trying to get some sort of benefit for that for themselves. Distasteful? Yes. A crime? No. There's no drop pins for an emergency pickup from any of those individuals. There's no phone for any of them at any of the scenes in this case. So, motive. We talked long and hard how we don't have to prove motive. Motive, it's intent. Intent is an action of the mind. So I'll give you motives. Anger, greed, resentment, advancement in the gang. You heard $16 million was coming into Jameson Francois, and that you saw $15,000, $10,000 payments going to Mr. Demens. Simple math. Splitting something 4 ways or 2 ways with Mr. Henry, who wasn't smart enough to even properly give a statement to keep Mr. Demens away from the car. So we have all these pieces of the puzzle that we had just talked about. And each and every one shows how this case has been brought together. Shows the physical evidence. And so, ladies and gentlemen, there's no murder weapon, right? The question that you have to answer, and that you can now answer based on all of this evidence, is that Jamel Demens was sitting in the back seat of that Jeep. And he was the one that fired the fatal shots that killed Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams. And you know that because even if you choose to disbelieve one part of the evidence, 2 parts of the evidence, you can see what the overall picture is. The overall picture puts Mr. Demmons in the backseat of that Jeep. It puts him holding a gun. You don't need a murder weapon to know that he committed these two crimes. Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask that you serve justice, that you deliberate, and that you return a verdict of guilty as charged as to murder in the first degree. Thank you.
That was a long closing argument. But hey, I will say that. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. So again.
Case is not being turned over to deliberations at this time. The same admonition I gave you before, and every time the vote remains in full force and effect, you are not to discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence. And certainly no research. Just leave your notepads on your chairs and all those jury instructions. And we'll see you back in an hour, 15 minutes. All right, so we'll see everybody back at, let's say, no later than 1:30, all right? Thank you. Nice work.
All right. So they're taking lunch. Hold on, I'm not off mute. All right. They're taking lunch break. I mean, what y'all was thinking? I mean, I still say the same thing. I feel, they haven't secured, without a doubt, that the phone actually was with Melly at the time. And when the prosecution said, how did she say it? She said, yeah, like who would leave their phone? Well, you posing a question. And what if, again, like I said, it's been times I let my husband take my phone. It's been times, things like that. So, am I saying that's what happened? No, but when you pose questions like that or for people to think, then you got to really be realistic. You know what I'm saying? You got to really think about it. Everybody isn't well off to the point they have their own iPhone 14s and all that. Like, literally, one of the guys on the case or in the car had a prepaid phone that was off. So that right there shows it's a different caliber of living. But again, she did a great job tying it to make sense to what she was trying to put out there. Okay. Another thing was the fact that she said, oh, well, Felicia Holmes was trying to avoid the facts, but like what mother doesn't know? I mean, obviously, when she said that her daughter was being taken care of by Melly at 16, 17 years old, already showed it's not an orthodox regular mother and daughter relationship. She said also during her testimony that her daughter lived with Melly and for a period of time lived with her father. So she wasn't even a full-time mother. She made that clear. So to use that, I mean, personally, I didn't see that doing well for her because, again, Felicia Holmes has shown what type of mother she is based off her words, not nothing I'm putting together, it's off her words, right? So, let me see here. What it do? Guilt said, "How does killing two of your brother advance you in the game?" She couldn't even make sense of that. Yeah, and then they leaving out the fact that allegedly, right, her same witness alluded to the fact that the victims, especially Sack Chaser, use some of them same hand gestures. And then what's crazy though, she's going back to that documentary, but to be honest, if that documentary would have been able to come in, it would have been able to be used on either side because yes, she's pointing at the fact of what it said at the end, but throughout that documentary, all of them, the 2 victims and the 2 defendants, are in that doing the same hand signals, the same hand signs, the same daps, the same all that. So, hey, it's kind of crazy, right? However, as far as the closing argument, she did well on putting it together. She, to me, again, I'm seeing through the lack thereof. She definitely put the strength on the light. She shined the light on her strengths, right? She made it seem like she was addressing the holes, but at the same time it was a smoke screen. Cause you putting up a video saying, yes, you can go back and watch the camera footage from the highway, but that's not gonna prove nothing because it doesn't show anything besides them 2 cars passing the interstate, which leads you into what you can't show on the video, which is the cell phone records, right? So again, I definitely give her a A for the presentation, but I'm still not swayed because she's still missing the key point for the murder charge. Now, if I had to, based off the jury instruction, right? If I was on the jury and based off what the judge read off, I would lean more towards, and again, we haven't heard the defense yet, but I would lean more towards manslaughter based off his instructions. The state definitely did not prove a murder conviction, and for sure ain't prove a death penalty conviction, right? But based off the instructions, based off what was presented, if I was a juror, I would definitely go towards manslaughter, not murder. Let's see here. Did she say she couldn't leave any witnesses? Well, I think she alluded to the whole why it was like premeditated. Like the point was to, kill everybody type thing. Um, but again, Bortland was there, right? And then by mentioning him, and it would to me, if I was on jury stand, I would want to know why Bortland wasn't in the court. Like, why didn't he testify, right? Because she did a well job painting him as just a bystander in the actual shooting and saying, like, oh, he was driving, boom, the first victim get hit, he jumps, bend down, the second victim get hit. So she's definitely painting him in this style that he wasn't privy to knowing what was going on, right? Because if it was premeditated, meaning both of them planned it together, he wouldn't have jumped because he would have known what was going on. But again, in my mind, I'm like, well, if that's the case, why isn't he here, to speak on it? But again, that's how my mind is working. I know a lot of y'all, right, are stuck on the phone, so y'all probably didn't catch that part or will want to know what happens with that. Another thing, as far as the phone, I get it. Like I said, it's strong evidence that it is his phone. Not taking that away. My thing is, it was not proven he physically had the phone that was being tracked at that time. And y'all correct me if I'm wrong, when she brought it back up, she said, we see him with a phone in his hand in the studio. He still had it in his hand getting in the car. Now the car pulls off. Now we're tracking based on cell data. The phone's up. But again, she did not say, like, yes, that phone in his hand is indeed the phone that we're tracking. So to me, again, this is to me. To me, she did not prove or say, right, that is for sure the phone. And I've been saying that since the beginning. It's all good that she's saying, oh, the phone was used by him and all that. I get it. But my thing is, if I was on the jury, I would want to know, well, is this the actual phone being tracked? Not the number, right? Not the number. But is this the phone that we see in this video, the phone that's being tracked to all these places, right? And then I point out again with the witness, what's his name? Adrian Davis. She only, and this is why I say I don't know about this, because she only spoke on the fact that, oh, well, the witness want us to think like he got out the car, but the phone, right, is still being traced all the way through the thing. Like, come on, you still didn't. If that witness was perjuring himself or lying, that should have been in it. Like, and I need all my phone people that was on the phone side. You mean to tell me, okay, if that witness testimony was cap, that she wouldn't have addressed it? For one, I felt like she would have addressed it when he was on the stand. But secondly, she wouldn't address it in her closing arguments. Listen to the wording that she said. She never said, like, no, the witness can't be telling the truth because we can, like, it shows Melly and his phone was displaced. She only says, well, the phone was still going displaced. She didn't address the fact that the witness also said the next morning he physically saw Melly looking for his phone. So again, whether you believe his testimony or not, as a prosecutor, I'm expecting you to chop it down, okay? So that when I'm making a decision as a juror, then I know, okay, I don't need to think about that because she already made it clear what it is. Now I can make my decision, because if you don't do that, then it's going to lead people's minds to wonder. Now, I feel this verdict is going to come down to either a juror reacting on emotion or reacting on evidence. Because again, if he gets found guilty, in my opinion, on felony murder, everybody voted in emotion to the whole situation. Now, on evidence, like I said, manslaughter, I can definitely lean towards she proven manslaughter at least. Because in the jury instruction, it does state that if it was proven that he was a part of the crime but didn't shoot a gun, like, it wasn't like they didn't prove he shot a gun, then you would need to vote guilty to manslaughter. So based on that, I would lean towards manslaughter at best. But felony murder was not proven, death penalty was not proven, even in closing arguments. And I think Gates might be at work, but Gates said the other night, well, she'll put it together in closing. Y'all, captain, the prosecutor, did not do it. She dropped the ball. She didn't close the gap, because now guess what? Everything I just said. Now I'm hoping the defense comes through strong, because they have they have it where they can, boom, knock her down. And I hope they address everything she said and fill in what they missed out on was this. You get what I'm saying? So hopefully they do it. And I just hope Howard is the one to do it, not the other guy. All respect to him. I don't even know his name. But he's animated and all that, but he don't be. No, we need somebody to get in there and get to the business. And again, my stance is only from the legal aspect. I'm looking at it as if I was sitting on the jury. How what I wouldn't want to see, what I have saw. Y'all know I read all the papers on this case. I'm only going off of what's in trial, because again, remember, Withers, okay, for those who don't know, Withers, the driver of the red truck, on the day of the murder, when he spoke with police, told the same story, right, that Davis is saying. The only difference was the police got the video. So originally, the first statement was that Melly was in the car, right? He didn't specify that Melly didn't start off in the car. The police got the video from the recording studio, came back to him, and then he said, well, we pulled over and he got in the car, right? That was the only change to his story, was that he wasn't always in the car. He specified they pulled over. Now, the police is saying that, oh, it's proven he lied because we couldn't find the Snapchat message, right? However, they never went back to him to talk. They never went back to clear up nothing. They never went back to nothing. Okay. So that, to me, if it was presented, would have been a red flag, because why didn't you go back if you got caught up in a lie? Because one thing, in my opinion, and I'm not even talking about law and order, I'm going to be honest right now. I'm talking about in real life. Okay. If the police feel like, from my experience, that you're lying, they coming at you. I don't care if you're considered a suspect or a witness. If they feel like they caught you in a lie, you would definitely be asked to bring your ass up into headquarters to have a talk. Okay, for sure. So again, that wasn't listed in or presented at trial, so I left that out of my whole conclusion. Um, I see somebody wanting to say speak on Mill's statement. So again, I spoke on Mill's statement. We went over that a couple times. But the thing with Mill's statement, when it comes to this trial, it was not presented. He was not presented as a witness, none of that. So that part, it's not even really relevant, but I'm gonna talk about it right now just for context. Jacoby Mills is the same one I just dropped a video a couple weeks ago that caught the gun charge in 2019. 2 days after being arrested, he sat down with the detectives on this case and told them, for one, told them that he saw Melly fake crying at Fredo Bane's house, that he left with Melly, Portland, Track to go look for the gun. Said that Portland was the one to show them where the guns were. Now, I just want to point out something in that statement. If for sure, right? If for sure, Melly was a part of it, right? Why did Portland have to be the one to show where the gun was? Wouldn't Melly know where it's at? And wouldn't it be make more sense for Melly to be the one to know where the gun's at? Because if we take in consideration of what the state is saying, Melly was left on the side of the road in the woods. Portland took the bodies to the hospital, right? But anyway, Mills said that Portland showed him where it was. He said that he picked up the gun and handed it to Track. Now, this was in the probable cause original affidavit for them to arrest Melly and Portland. That was not brought to trial. Okay, so we can't even use that as basing our opinion, right? We can only go off of what they presented. So, with that being said, right, that's what I said. If the jury knew that on the day, a couple hours after the murder, someone told the same story as Adrian Davis, right? That would be one thing. Another thing that they didn't bring into trial was that, guess what? Melly's mom spoke with detectives that morning, right? The detective, the same one that testified, did not put it into record or onto the file until much, much later, right? And at that point, it was discrepancies on exactly what he repeated as far as being said. And that's on this case too. Y'all can pull the actual record of this. Now, the court found that him omitting that from the original, I guess, file didn't prove nothing. It could have been just, a time. So it really, is on file, but the judge didn't see it as being any issue on the case. But to me, if that was presented, that would show that the detective, the main lead detective, was picking and choosing what to put on record when it was convenient to prove the case against Melly. And again, I'm not even going to talk about law and order in real life. If y'all don't know that that can happen, not saying it did in this case, if y'all don't know that's how it works, then I'm just saying y'all probably not ready for that conversation. What else? What other things y'all got? So Lamar said Melly lawyers needs to point this out in close argument for sure. Melly probably didn't know where they was at. Howard, yeah, definitely, y'all. Howard definitely needs to be the closure for sure. But yeah, and like I was saying earlier, timing of how long the jury is out really doesn't mean anything. It could, you know what I'm saying? Boosie, if y'all recall, when he was on trial for murder, his jury came back within 1 hour with not guilty. It's been time where a jury will come back in 15 minutes and they'll be guilty. So it really, just depends. However, hey, I'm interested in seeing how this goes. Okay. Me outside looking in, just from what I know, right? I need, or I would think, in the eyes of justice, it needs to be not guilty, right? On the felony murder, for sure. Prior to the judge saying the jury instructions, I would have said the whole case needs to be not guilty based off the evidence presented. It changed some if I'm just going to be unbiased about it with the jury instructions, because at best the prosecution proved manslaughter based off of the jury instructions. Okay, so I will say that, but not felony murder for sure. Let me see what else y'all saying. We need to send the lawyers this live. Look, you be surprised. They be having people in the woodworks looking at these things for sure. If y'all was on my live that night about the whole the thing with the Kevin Gates song, they be they be lurking. But I mean, y'all, I mean, I don't really know. I'm kind of conflicted after hearing the jury instructions. So to be honest, hold on, y'all gotta blow my nose. So to be honest, I really don't know. Yesterday, I would have said it would be not guilty based off that, but now I don't know which way it's gonna go with the jury instructions for sure. Poro said, "I'm a true Melly fan, but honest, manslaughter is what he deserves." Now, this is my thing. It's gonna be very important on the defense side, right? Um, okay, look, but this is what I'm gonna say. The defense gonna have to come strong because they're gonna have to knock out the part that is not manslaughter either. Yeah, I can see that too, Lamar. Hung jury. Um, Goldie said the reason I say is because is that premeditated? Okay, because they try to make it look like a drive-by. I mean, that doesn't mean it's premeditated, right? Because like for it to be premeditated based off of drive-by, that means it was pre-planned. They have proof, or they proven it was pre-planned to make it look like a drive-by. And I definitely didn't hear no evidence of that. Now, it definitely was like a cover-up after the fact for whoever it was. Because again, nothing she said in the closing arguments put Melly physically there. It's gonna be a matter of, do you believe, right, that a phone has to be with their owner at all times, right? If you say yes, then you're probably going to go with guilty. If you know that it definitely could be possible that his phone could have been one place and he wasn't, then you will go with not guilty, to be honest. That's what it's going to come down to when it comes to that phone. If you believe without a doubt people keep their phone, never leave it, never let nobody use it, never, 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 you're going to vote guilty. If you see it as it's plausible, right, that somebody else could have had the phone or he could have jumped out in a quick, now, mind you, let me put this in perspective. And again, I'm not saying nobody is telling the truth or nobody lying. I'm just going off of what's said and making it make sense. Let's think about this. If Melly got out that car on the interstate, have y'all ever switched cars or switched something? Do you know how quick, or at a light, do you know how quick you got to be? Like, that's not a situation where you can just take your time, like if you pulled up to your house and you're getting ready to go in. If you switching seats or switching locations in a car in the middle of the road, you gotta be quick. So is it plausible that, guess what, in the time frame that he was getting out to get in the other car, that he dropped his phone, if that's the phone that was being tracked or whatever, and went one way and his phone with the other? A lot of people are saying, well, Mickey, well, who takes Fredo Bang? Or who talked to Melly, on the phone? Or who this and who that? Listen to this, right? As far as the case is concerned, right? If the defense proved that Melly got out that car and it's nothing to say he didn't get out that car, then guess what? All that is obsolete to the trial of Melly. If they had proven he wasn't even there at the time that the prosecution is saying this is happening. And this is what I said the other night. We're looking at it as, well, we need all the holes to the story. But listen, it makes sense if this is the angle they're going, not to address none of that, because it's out of scope of what their client is involved in, if that makes sense to y'all, right? Like, Have y'all okay, so let me give y'all more like just a regular okay, boom. Uh okay, boom. How about this? For those who frequent Clubhouse or have heard Clubhouse content, right? You hear a lot of times people asking who dropped me, meaning who took me off stage, put me in the audience, right? And say for example, they're saying this, I'm on trial for dropping somebody to the audience, right? My defense is I wasn't even there to drop nobody to the audience, right? My defense team is not gonna hone in on who dropped them. They're gonna just prove that I wasn't in there to drop them. Case ends. Anything outside of that, proving that I wasn't there is my case. Anything outside of that will open the door to other things. And again, I don't know if he's guilty or not, but just think about it like that. When you're in a situation, right, that you're not involved in, are you gonna be trying to answer questions and figure out who did it? Nah, you're gonna show that you wasn't the one who did it. And I feel like that's the concept that the defense is gonna do and did with their case. No, we're not about to have all these people come up here talking about this, talking about that, because guess what? Our client wasn't there. Our client got out of the car. We proved to you that our client got out of the car with an actual witness that stayed in the same tone the whole time. When the prosecution tried to trip him up, he didn't get upset or irate. He just say, "Oh, you're right, but da da da. 100% sure this is what I saw. Yes, this is what I saw. Boom. No, I don't remember that. No, I don't remember that, but this is what I saw. I do recall this." Like he was consistent. Now, whether he's lying or not, I don't know, but he was consistent. Now, let's take Glass in consideration. For one, Glass said he can't see. Okay, for one. For two, he's saying he's being forced to be there because he got an open case. For three, he also got combative, especially with the defense. For four, he sat there and made a joke. Although it was funny to us, he made a joke about needing to smoke weed at the time. I mean, if you put the witnesses just on credibility and like action, I remind you, part of the jury instructions is to look at, um, you know, how the witness acts, what the witness said, um, was the witness there? That's the things that are in the jury instructions. Thank you, Paul. And I'm just being real. Like I said, this is how it's supposed to go. Like the jury is supposed to look at it unbiasedly. Now, like I said, legally is where I'm coming from. I told you from the beginning, it definitely looked like he did it. That is not going to be enough in court, though. I can't just go in there and say, well, based on what y'all showed me in the media, he did it. Nah, that's not how I go. And I do that respectfully because, like I said, my dad has been in and out the system for years. And I wouldn't want their member of the jury to ever convict them off of what the media has said about him. Because he has made it to the news. You know what I'm saying? I would never want that to happen. I would want, if he's gonna be convicted on what was proven, not what was just said. So that's why I look at it like that. But again, um, good closing for the prosecution. She stuck to being clear on her strengths and omitting what could have definitely chopped her case up. I hope the defense come and chop it up because I personally, I think I just chopped up her closing argument just for me talking from what I'm seeing. So I'm eager to see what the defense is going to do in regards to that. Um, and that's really pretty much what I got to say about the whole prosecution thing. It's just going to be on what the defense says. And if the jury can take emotion out of it and actually look at what it is, right? Um, actually take out of the fact that she's hinting at, oh, his DNA was on the door handle. Well, we saw him get in the car. Could it not have been on there? Guess what? Could his DNA not have been on there when he opened the door to get the hell out the car? You get what I'm saying? So it's like she threw it out there. And if you're not really swift to catch it, you would be like, yeah, that makes sense. He had to do it because he was sitting there and his DNA is on the door handle. His DNA is not on the bodies. His DNA is not on anything else. It's on the door handle, right? Meaning that same evidence could prove he was getting out the car to get in the other car. It doesn't prove that just because his DNA was on the door handle that he was actively there or present when the shooting happened. It also doesn't mean, again, they didn't say his DNA was mixed in with blood on the door handle, but just that his DNA was on the door handle. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like everything that the prosecution is trying to point out, if you really look at it just for what it is, it doesn't prove nothing. It could prove either one. It's just gonna be depending on what you want to go with. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying. It's gonna be interesting to find out about it. Let me see what they talking about on the other one. All right, so they still on commercial. But make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up. We still here watching closing arguments for the YNW Melly trial. The state has just completed their closing arguments. We just went over a recap and my truth to how I feel about it. We read some of the comments. Thank y'all for running up the comment section. How many people that came through here? We done had about 248 throughout the time consecutively. My truth team been holding steady at 28. I appreciate y'all. I need y'all to get the lights up though, because we're low on the lights. But definitely get the lights up. Like I told y'all, look, we're a small group of people over here. However, our engagement is top notch. So although we may not hit all these hundreds and thousands of views, we're going to definitely get the engagement there where it makes sense, okay, for the platform. Also, make sure you go hit MickeyTruth.com. And I actually, matter of fact, I'm glad. Shout out to Loudpad that holds down the merchandise of Mickey Truth. This is all his work. I'm just the promoter of it, okay? So he makes sure he takes care of it. Make sure y'all go check it out, okay? And it is MickeyTruth.com. We have a lot of items available, including t-shirts. We have the decals, we have costume jewelry, we have tote bags, okay? All that good stuff. We have book bags. So definitely tap in with the tap in. And guess what? While we're waiting on the verdict, so up until the verdict is read, if you use the code FREEMELLY, you will be able to receive a discount on MickeyTruth.com. Okay, Free Melly, you will get $10 off of your purchase. So Free Melly is the code. Use it at checkout. And this is up until his verdict is read. Also, hold on, let me see where I'm at, what page I'm on. Okay, hold on. Y'all know I gotta do my little segue up in here. All right. Also, bookings, okay, goes through my website. It's in all my descriptions and bios on my page, okay? I no longer accept any booking requests, research requests through my inbox on IG. I had got a couple in the last couple days and I meant to say it, but no more booking requests through the inbox. All you will receive is a link to this page. So just go to this page. You're able to do all your bookings. You can see all my dates availability. You can see it there and you can pay your deposit. Okay. Go to that website. Also, let me just pop some stuff real quick because I be thinking people got me confused. Okay. So listen, on IG, I have my comments set to, if I don't follow you, it goes to a box. Once I go to it, I can see what you write before I put it like where other people can see it. A lot of the trolls, I will let it go through just for, pure purpose of my amusement, right? So today so if y'all don't recall, last night I dropped the finesse 2 times video in regards to the Houston warrant that everybody was covering, right? However, some people just choose to pick me because I'm more than likely one of the very few females that's covering it anyway. So I get a comment to be approved or denied or declined. And I'm reading it and I'm like, what? I said, not you talking about my weight. I said, okay, cool. So I approved it for it to go up. Now, I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I click on profiles sometimes just for my humor. But this particular profile happens to be an actual rapper, okay, out of Atlanta area. So when I look, I said, that name actually look familiar. So I did what I do. I just Google searched it and I said, oh yeah, I remember that song. So just know, I'm not gonna say, if you are on my IG, you probably already know. I'm not gonna say the name yet, but just know. So what I've been doing is definitely putting in my request for his paperwork. So we will be having a paperwork party coming soon. And like I told y'all, I only normally do content on rappers that's in the algorithm. Okay, rappers that have already been said to have a court case or went to court, and that people have been clicking on YouTube and stuff, and it's in the algorithm. This particular rapper is not in the algorithm, but he is in my algorithm now because he is now going to be my paperwork, just leisure content. So that will be dropping soon. Like I said, once I get all the requests back, because he have a background. Now, I'm not saying it says anything, but nevertheless, we're gonna make him content on Mickey Truth. Okay? Because guess what? He came for me. So hey, whatever. So I just want to say that. So to anybody, like I said, it's one thing for trolls, because trolls hide behind something, right? It's one thing for this, but if I'm able to find out who you are, okay, when you come for me and I'm not messing with you, then I'm definitely gonna pull your stuff publicly, right? I'm gonna put public stuff on you. Um, More so to the criminal aspect, okay? And sometimes it's just for fun. But when you're a rapper or you're a public figure, that's a different ball game, okay? So just know it is coming. And hopefully it's clean, because then you'll win. Because some people have to pay me to do their stuff and making content just to prove that they didn't do what it is that people are saying. But if you're not, I mean, it'll become a trending thing on YouTube. I promise you that. Okay? Because if I put it out there, definitely people gonna pick it up. But anyway, I just had to say that because I think a lot of people be getting it misconstrued, that how I actually go about doing content, even though I say it all the time. But, I just want them to remember, if you're not in the algorithm, I'm really not going to be checking for you. It's going to be people that provide me your name, and everybody that has ever did submitted a tip on a case to do would tell you the same thing. I sometimes don't. If I don't know you or whatever, it doesn't make sense to do it. I won't, especially for paperwork costs. However, yes, sir. I look forward to seeing you very soon. Hold on, y'all. And it'd be so crazy though. Like, why would you? And then my thing is, okay, like literally, queen of paperwork for one. Okay, my name has been attached to a lot of celebrity rapper cases. Okay, so you should know what I do, and if you don't know what I do, you should have looked before you commented. Okay. And one thing for sure, you can tell he didn't do his research. It is a man, just to let y'all know. To tell that he didn't do his research is this. You put, like, you mention weight. You don't mention, oh, you're doing something wrong or something. They always go to the weight. And I'm always like, but yo, like literally, it's not a secret. Okay. I literally document throughout my videos about my journey to lose weight. So, like, what are you doing? What blow are you doing? Right. However, if it's uncovered you snitch or you did a crime that's frowned upon in the community, that's gonna be a problem. So why would you come messing with me knowing, okay, my strength is to what? Pull your paperwork. Okay, it's not like you don't have it. Like, come on, and you have a lengthy one. But anyway, I don't, cause I'll be slipped up and said who it is, and I want the suspense to wait, but it's coming. But anyway, we gonna listen to what the legal analyst on Law and Crime. Shout out to Law and Crime Trial Network for showing us some love and appreciation. Loud Peck, you crazy. Love and appreciation. Where we're able to stream their stream without any issues. Okay. And yo, little side note before I get off of the rapper, he at one point was a pretty known rapper. Okay. I haven't heard much from him recently, but yeah, I'm not gonna take away from the fact I didn't know who he was. Now looking at the picture I didn't know, but when I saw the name I knew. So definitely coming soon. Let's listen in to this though. And then hey, we got until what? What time is it? Yeah, we got about 45 minutes, so let's see what they're talking about, and then we come back to it.
Perry from Facebook asks, why didn't they have Melly do a lie detector test or something of that sort?
That's an excellent question. Why didn't they also test him for, gun residue? They didn't do a lot as far as that's concerned. I'm not sure why they didn't do a lie detector test. That's something that's not usually admitted into court because it's not reliable, and they would prefer to, have reliable, credible witnesses on the stand or circumstantial evidence if they have it. And so the prosecution has used all of the circumstantial evidence that they have. They've done that cell phone tower. They've done the gun expert. They've done the DNA. They've done all of that. And that's how they're trying to prove their case, not with some lie detector, which, most courts have ruled don't have the reliability to be introduced into evidence because you can just be nervous and it could seem as though you were lying. So I'm assuming that's why they didn't bother to do a lie detector test for anybody, frankly. But they should have done some gun residue and some other testing and clothing gathering and all the things that the defense is saying the investigation did not follow through with.
Yeah, the polygraphs are inadmissible in court, but cops use them as like an investigative tool to try to detect deception, and you have to consent to it. I'm sure Melly didn't give a statement. He's not going to submit to a polygraph. Jeremy Lopez from YouTube, Brian, what verdict do you think will be the most likely outcome, and why would you say the prosecution proved without a reasonable doubt that Melly is guilty?
So that's difficult, not seeing all of the summations, because if you had asked me this question before the prosecution did their closing, I would have leaned more to the defense. But now it seems that I think someone said it earlier, they really put together all the breadcrumbs really well. But as a defense attorney, I think of reasonable doubt as a whole. The prosecution, the better they are, the tighter and smaller that hole becomes. However, I don't think that hole is completely gone. I do think the defense has the ability to poke some holes. And I'll give some examples. The reason why I say that is the prosecution did a really good job of logical statement, logical statement, logical statement, and then made a leap and said, well, this is what that means. And that was their entire summation. Now, if you want to make the leap with them, for example, he's a blood, and we show him talking about being a blood, and he's a part of the gang. And when he kills him, he now gets more venues and he gets more notoriety, and that's why he did it. Well, that seems like a very large leap to believe that's why he killed him. But the rest of that is logical. If the defense can open up that reasonable doubt, I think they'll do a very good job. But don't forget, the prosecution gets the last word. So I think right now it's anyone's game, or anyone's case. Sorry, it's not a game, it's a serious trial.
Afi, Jed Casey8 from Instagram asks, is the jury allowed to ask questions when deliberating, such as, why did the car stop and Melly get in? What was the reason for this? Or do they just have to make their own assumptions based on the evidence provided?
Oh, great question. I really enjoy jury deliberations because you can tell a lot about what they're deciding between, whether it's guilty or not guilty, or whether in this case it's going to be between the first degree murder charge and the manslaughter charge. You're not allowed to ask any side to elaborate and to fill in the holes. The prosecution and the defense, that's their job before the jury gets their charges and before they start deliberations. But you can't ask, hey, the prosecution is required to prove this element of the crime. What does this element mean? Explain this or that to me with respect to the law, right? So explain to me what first degree murder means. Explain to me what this element means in manslaughter. And when a jury asks those questions, usually each side can determine where their jury is leading.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. Keep the questions coming in on all of our social media platforms. I'm Anjanette Levy. You're watching Law and Crime. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Shout out to Anjanette Levy. She's all right with me. I like how she be reporting. And I like how she did the questions with Track, although his answers are but I definitely her and the one that's at the actual trial. But yeah, y'all, I'm sitting here. Look, I've been hard at work at this. Yo, shout out to all my supporters, man. Shout out to Skull that pulled up in the building. He always tapping. I don't know, is Skull live? Oh, I'm stretching, y'all. Shout out to Music. I know he was in the bushes, but he was live also earlier. I appreciate it. I think who was that? Clubhouse Shenanigans pulled up. Yo, shout out to all my YouTubers, okay? All my YouTubers. I appreciate y'all. Even the ones that be acting a little iffy. Shout out to y'all too, but definitely shout out to the ones that rock with me. Y'all know the appreciation and love is mutual. For those who have been asking, yes, I do have the G Herbo paperwork. I was supposed to do the video last night. I went to sleep though. I'm not even gonna cap. I'm gonna do it today though. So that will be it will be pre-recorded. It won't be a live, but I'll definitely drop that sometime today. What else? Cause I really look as far as the Melly closing and testimony. I really don't have much else to say about it right now until the defense speaks. So I'm really just talking at this moment. I am going to be leaving out in a minute, but hopefully my service, because I'm gonna leave my laptop on, because I gotta go to the store. But I'm gonna be on my phone, so hopefully my connection stays the same, and it won't be no issue. But yeah, so I got hold on, let me see. So I got the G Herbo one, and okay, people have been asking me to do it for a minute, but again, it wasn't like really in the algorithm, or like people really wasn't talking about it like that. But recently, NBA YoungBoy actually has something come out in court, his Fed case, and I heard it, and then I started looking. And one thing about it, NBA YoungBoy trends anyway on YouTube. So I did go ahead and get his case that he's on now. Okay, that he's on now. I'm going to be doing a video for that too. So NBA YoungBoy, G Herbo. Oh, and the White Howard's is that his name? The White Howard civil case. I think I might do a live to that one because that's actually kind of funny. But yeah, doing that one. So those three are up next, unless like something else like just come through the pipeline. But that's what I got on the agenda for the next couple of days to drop that. I got like 2 interviews that I'm gonna be dropping too, but that's pretty much where we at. Hold on, let me see. Trying to see what's going on in these streets. I'm looking up what everybody talking about. Right now, everybody's talking about the Melly case to be real. Or the case with the chick. So the Carly Russell. I'ma tell y'all, like, y'all know that night when we broke it down how I already felt about it. I am gonna do an actual content video on it, right? But y'all already know how I'm gonna do it. It's gonna be a research piece, like, cause I'm trying to get in there to see, like, do they have a history of doing this, her and her family. So that's what I'm gonna be doing. That's not gonna be something that's gonna be dropping like today, tomorrow, cause it has to take time for research. But I will be doing something on it. But I will say this: don't forget those that's actually missing. Okay, that family are waiting for them to come back. And shout out to Skull for always bringing up Alexis Ware. Alexis Ware is from South Carolina, still missing. Okay, Crystal Anderson still missing. So from South Carolina also, and many, many, many other women and children and men too. That's missing. That's not a hoax or like looking for attention. So I want us every time you see somebody speaking on Carly Russell, make sure you put in the comments, or if you share it, make sure you put a person's name that actually needs to be brought home, because all these views and all this attention, let's not just waste it on the fact that, guess what, she lied and she utilized resources that can be used somewhere else. Let's just put it with a name that needs the coverage so that they can be found or the family can get closure for whatever reason. So I just want to say that, but let's get back into it. and go from there.
We heard Travion Glass talk about all 4 of the individuals who were in the red Mitsubishi came and left, and no one got in that car. And so it conflicts with what we heard Adrian Davis say. He also was in the red Mitsubishi, and what he said was the cars pulled over and Melly got into the red Mitsubishi. So what that jury is going to have to do is to determine who's telling the truth, and if the court wants to, they could charge one or the other with perjury. I think it'd be very difficult, though, because I don't know how the court would establish that either one of them was lying. They're both giving their recollection as to what's happening, and while they are, contradictory statements, I think it would be difficult to charge them with perjury at this point in time in any event.
Brian, this next question's for you. It's from Breezy West from YouTube. Why would Bortland sit inside the vehicle and let Melly shoot inside the vehicle while they were staging the drive-by?
Good question. Unfortunately, I'm not his attorney, nor do I know what he was thinking, but I'm guessing it was a surprise to him that he didn't see it coming, which, again, I think this came up earlier, lends itself to why not kill Bortland too? If you're surprising and shooting these other 2 people, did you have like a long conversation with Bortland where he like swore never to rat you out or whatever it may be? Why he did what he did at that time or why he said it was a drive-by shooting, I have no clue. But it's another thing that the prosecution can't prove. And if it's a burning question and goes to the heart of a charge, it could be an issue for the prosecution's case.
This makes me think about the damage to the Jeep, Brian, that front end damage. It's like, did it happen while the car was moving? I mean, that kind of leads you to believe possibly it did.
Yeah, maybe that makes a lot of sense, Anjanette. Maybe the shots went off, and like I'm assuming, like anyone else driving a car, you hear gunshots behind you, especially at that loud because it's inside the car, not out. You're gonna swerve. You're gonna go off the road. It makes sense that he could have crashed, turned around, and then saw 2 of the 4 people in the car bleeding to death.
Yeah. All right. Let's get to our next question. At @thebull_21 from Twitter. If the cell phone shows that the car stopped Offie on Pembroke Road and US 27, why isn't there any surveillance from the fire training center or the waste management recycling facility?
I think it goes to the investigation. So, and it also goes to the fact that there may have been no surveillance in that particular area. When they requested the surveillance, it could have been at a point when those 2 entities erased the tape or they recycled the tape. Who knows? I'm assuming there was an absence of that evidence for the reason that it never existed or it was discarded somehow or it was never requested.
Let's get to this next question. Rhyme for Reason, from YouTube. Who did the 3rd phone found in the Jeep belong to, Terry? Why didn't the detective investigate that phone?
Well, apparently that was a prepaid phone. So we had Anthony Williams's phone, we had Christopher Thomas's phone, and this one was a prepaid phone. I think they attributed that prepaid phone to Henry, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
and there, yeah, exactly. And so my understanding is there wasn't much on that phone and it wasn't anything that they were looking to find out from that phone. It was left in the car and they ended up retrieving all 3 of those phones. If you recall the testimony, they said that the information on all 3 phones actually was destroyed. And so 2 of them, I guess, burned up and the other one, the information just was no longer available. So they had those phones, but it didn't really provide them with any data inside the phone. They only knew about locations. They don't have any information as to what was in those phones in terms of messages, etc.
Yeah, and the one they attributed to Cortland Henry was, it was a minutes phone where you buy minutes and it appeared to be out of minutes. Let's get to another question. Iona Quinn from YouTube. Brian, do you guys feel the state has given enough evidence for the jury? Seems like she's only basing he's guilty by the phone being in the car. We all leave our phones somewhere.
Yeah. I don't think at this point that, let me backtrack on this. It's a circumstantial evidence case. So I don't think we're ever going to get that direct evidence that says Here he is. He did it. Gun in hand. We've got it. They don't even have a gun. They can't do that. But what I think that prosecutor Bradley did do was shut off enough reasonable angles that this could have occurred. So she said, well, I believe that's when they started clearing up the crime scene and picking up the shell casings. She gave us enough to say, hey, most of these arguments that the defense are going to make aren't reasonable. The question is, can the defense come back and either elevate those and say, she's making a logical leap here, guys. She can't actually know this. That's just her impression. And you can't convict based on an impression. Or they can raise other reasonable doubts through other parts of testimony and say, this is why you should not find him guilty. I think there's still a little bit of reasonable doubt on the table, but prosecution always gets the last word. Maybe they can wipe that away.
Prosecution does get the last word, and the defense will have its turn after the lunch break, which ends in about 35 minutes here. And I know we're all looking forward to hearing what they have to say and where they go with this, other than, they didn't prove their case, which they said in their opening statement as well, that they can't prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. Guys, stay with us. We're going to take more of your questions after the break. Keep them coming in on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
My bad, y'all. I had walked away. All right. Let me see. What to do? I walk them. What time is it? Where's my phone? I can't even find my phone. 1 o'clock. Okay. So I think they got about 30 more minutes. I think I'm going to wait until they come back with closing arguments before I go to the store. Where's my other phone? That's one. All right. Let me see. You know what, Goldie? Look, the first comment I saw was Goldie comment. Let me see. So, yeah, let me do see this. I do know currently they have the YSL. Man, I don't even know. Is that jury selection still? I don't even know what's going on over there. I know the last time I went over there during the break, y'all was like, turn it off, Mickey, turn it off. We don't want to see it. So I do know they actively got something going on. Uh, One of the co-defendants on the Quando Rondo indictment, I believe, got bail a couple days ago. I'm actually about to check. Matter of fact, let me check it now. When his next hearing is, Quando Rondo, not the co-defendant, but Quando Rondo, because I'm gonna pull up because that's one thing I haven't done yet. YSL trial was supposed to be the one, but yeah, they was taking too long. I haven't actually covered like in person a trial, so depending on what goes on with the Quando Rondo situation, that may be my first one I cover. So, oh, and I'm covering the one here in South Carolina, but that's not a rapper. That's just like national news with the store owner shooting a 14-year-old boy. I'm going to cover that in person. But yeah, so that's going to be the next thing I'm going to start doing. So, okay, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, definitely going to be in the mix trying to find out these trials dates because I'm going to start covering them in real time. Also, and then if it's not me, it's going to be a couple people. I'm building like I guess a street team of people that can attend live some trials, you know. But until then, we appreciate, you know what I'm saying, Law and Crime Trial Network for allowing us to get their feed. Mm, what? So they put on here that No Limit Herbo said, I know them won't tell on me like ninjas told on Thug. Oh, Lord. Okay, let's listen to what they're saying.
To sentencing, I don't think a prior conviction would affect anything because he's either going to get death or life in prison. If this was, for example, a violent felony where he wasn't looking at the death penalty, but was looking at a range, let's say like 15 to 40 years, and he had a prior violent conviction or even just a prior conviction, his sentencing guideline will then shift and be a little bit higher. But because we're talking about death or life in prison, I don't believe that a prior conviction would really have an effect here because the sentences are already so high.
All right. And that really wouldn't come into play. That might come into play if we get to the sentencing phase. Obviously, the prosecution would bring that up. So that would be something that would come in then. Or even if he's convicted of the manslaughter, it would come up then. They're not going to talk about that in the case in chief. D from YouTube. The prosecution hinted, Offie, at a weapon possibly being inside of the satchel. So is it possible that Juvie is a possible shooter as well? Were his hands tested for gunshot residue?
Yeah, there's a possibility that he was a shooter, but I do think the way that the accident reconstruction experts set it up, set it such that the person who was in the rear driver's seat was the only person who could have shot Anthony and Juvie. It was one, and it was also just one shooter. I do believe he was tested for gunshot residue, and he was positive for gunshot residue, but we also know that there are many ways that GSR can transfer. If you've been in contact with someone who has gunshot residue, it's easily transferred. If you're anywhere around gunshot residue, it's easily transferred and it's easily washed off. But I do believe the prosecution has set it up such that there was only one shooter and it could have only been someone who was in the rear passenger seat. Mm-hmm. Excuse me, rear driver's seat. Yeah, you can just be standing. Yeah, you can stand next to somebody or in the vicinity, as you mentioned, of somebody firing a gun, and you're going to have gunshot residue on you. Jed Casey 8 from Instagram, Terry, what will happen if it's a hung jury? Will Melly go back to jail until a retrial, or could the prosecution choose to either drop the charges or offer a deal, etc.?
Well, it all depends. It's going to be up to the judge. If he is a mistrial in this case, then he could very well go back to jail, or he could be freed. The judge is going to have to make that determination based on what the parties are asking for. A mistrial doesn't mean he's guilty, and it doesn't mean he's innocent. It just means that the jury could not come to a unanimous decision, and the whole situation changes at that point. And the defense or the prosecution could say, look, I think that at this point in time, he should be freed. The judge can say, let me hear from both sides. The prosecution can say, no, I think the original conditions remain. And the fact that, they think that he may be a threat, they will argue that. And then the judge will decide whether or not, he can walk out at that point in time. Now, I will say the prosecution will have to determine whether or not they're going to bring charges again. So if they determine at some point that they are not going to bring charges, he will go free. So they will have to make that determination at some point in time.
All right, this question, Brian, from TikTok. A YNW Melly's defense saying he types dat with a D, different from that with a THAT. Is that good evidence? And this comes from Melly Lover 1.
I think it's good evidence. Melly, what was the name of the person? Anyways.
Melly Lover 1 is the person asking the
That's
question.
what I thought. Well, Melly Lover 1, I think it is a great argument. Anytime a defense can take what the prosecution is putting forward as a strong argument, that being, hey, after this, in a conversation with someone else, he texted, I did that, and try to make it seem like the context of that conversation was him giving an admission, the closest thing they have to an actual putting a gun in his hand and him being the shooter. If the defense can find a way to sow doubt into that, I think it's massive, because now you have the prosecution going headlong forward saying, this is it, this is the confession, this is what you all should be looking at. But the way the defense paints it and says, look at the way he speaks. Look at other messages. It's clear this is not what this means. The prosecution has blinders on. It's a botched investigation, and they can go down the whole rabbit hole of the arguments they made during opening statements. I think it's a great argument. Whether or not the jury buys it, that's a different question.
I Dress and Rest from Twitter asks Afi, from what I understand, if Melly is convicted, he gets life or the death penalty, correct? I'm aware that Florida has no parole. I'm wondering if there are in-between charges that I might have missed. And so we kind of touched on this a little earlier.
Yeah, so I think the in-between charge may mean is the lesser included offense of manslaughter. I'm not sure of what the minimum is for manslaughter in Florida. It's different by jurisdiction. By jurisdiction, I mean from state to state. So, but if he's convicted of manslaughter, then he will be sentenced, and then there may be an opportunity for parole for him. The only opportunity for the only chance where he would never see parole is if he gets sentenced for first-degree murder, and that's either death or life without the possibility of parole.
I just Googled while you were answering that, Afi, and it says that the maximum sentence for manslaughter in Florida is 15 years in prison and or a maximum fine of $10,000. So that's what Google told me about that. Okay, so our next question comes from, let's do this one. McGee_8789 from Instagram. Terry, so now that all the evidence is shown, the state still failed to put a weapon in Melly's hand. Will this play a huge factor in getting a good verdict?
Well, according to the prosecution, she thinks she has put a weapon in his hand, but not literally, because as we know, there is no gun in this case that has been located. So she believes that she's put the weapon in his hand because of the ballistics and the trajectory of the bullet. She's saying that it could have only come from the back seat on the passenger side. And she's saying that he got in the car and that's where he was sitting. So to your point here, I do believe that, there is no gun. And if there was a gun, it would make it much easier for the prosecution. But she's making a leap, as Brian said earlier, that because of the positioning of the parties, that it was Melly who had that gun. I do think the jury is going to pause there. We've seen cases where there's been no weapon and you still have a conviction. And I think that is something the jury is going to be thinking about. Well, I'm not totally 100% convinced, the jury might say, that there was a gun in Melly's hand, and there's no gun residue. Whether they tested or not, there's nothing to really, beyond a reasonable doubt, say he was the one who did that shooting.
Melly Lover 2.0. I'm giving you all the Melly lovers, Brian, from TikTok. This is Melly Lover 2.0. I wonder if 3.0 is hanging out there somewhere. Why was Bortland let out when all the evidence is all to him, but Melly is sitting in jail and they have no evidence on him? So if Melly is found not guilty, can the state be sued?
I wish states can be sued for that. I'd be a very successful defense attorney, but unfortunately, no, you cannot do that. And to answer the first question, I believe the idea is that Melly, even though the prosecution kind of backtracked a little bit in their summation, Melly is the shooter based on the trajectory of the bullets, and that Bortland, YNW Bortland or Cortland Henry, he is not what we call the principal, not the one who's actually doing the shooting. He might have participated in some way, shape, or form, but he's not the actual gunman. So I think in that distinction, Henry was given house arrest because he was able to make the argument that he should not be within jail pending this case. And YNW Melly lost that argument because the evidence against him says that he is the shooter. I think that's the difference for the bail status or bond status.
Offie, this is from Instagram and the bull_Rex. The prosecutor is saying Melly shot them and sent a pin to Fredo, but Fredo never picked him up. So where did Melly go when Bortland went to the hospital?
Well, we do know that a pin was sent to Fredo. We don't know for sure whether he picked him up or not. We've had limited testimony from people who were actually there immediately before, during, and after the murder. But from comments that I've read outside of the evidence that's been presented in court, he was picked up by Fredo and they returned to Fredo's house. But we saw in court, whereas according to the alibi witness, that Melly switched cars and was at home. And then later, everyone went to Fredo's house. So I'm not sure. I can't give you that answer.
All righty. Let's get to another question for Terry. This is from Blackberry from YouTube. Didn't Adrian Davis give a statement a year or two before stating the same thing he testified to? Didn't Travion say he was in the red car years ago, then changed after threatening jail time?
Well, we do know that Travion gave a prior statement because we heard the prosecution giving him information to refresh his recollection. So, based on that, he had a prior statement, but he couldn't remember a lot of what he said in that prior statement, and she had to refresh his memory about specifics in terms of timing and whether or not Melly came home or he came to Frito Bang's house. I don't remember hearing for Adrian Davis that he had a prior statement. He may have. If that's the case, I don't recall hearing him being asked about that statement and saying anything that's inconsistent. So if he did make the statement, he probably testified similar to what he said during that statement. And the real issue here is whether the jury is going to believe those two witnesses, because again, those two individuals were the ones who were there at the evening and they had opposing, statements essentially on that stand. One said that Melly got in the car, that was Adrian Davis, and the other said, nope, Melly stayed in the car where he was because everybody was in the same car where they started out at the studio. So we'll have to see what the jury thinks about those two opposing views.
All right. Well, Terry, we are going to let you go and grab a bite to eat before court resumes at 1:30. So thanks for being on and coming on with us. Brian and Offie and I will be back in just a minute. So stay with us as we take this quick break and we'll get to more of your questions. I'm Anjanette Levy and you're watching Law and Crime.
All right. Let me see. Mickey, for what you know inside and outside of the court about this case, how do you honestly feel about it? I mean, what you mean to what extent? From a legal standpoint, like I said, the evidence definitely was shaky. It definitely was non-existent for the murder. However, now that the manslaughter, you know, option is on the table, they at least did prove that to a certain extent, based on the instructions the judge gave. So that's really where I'm at with it. I don't think definitely don't think they showed enough evidence for him to get felony murder, let alone the death penalty. Mm. Hold on, let me respond to a message real quick. Mm. All right. He said not from a legal standpoint. So what point are you wanting me to speak from? Cause you said inside and outside the court. So what are you asking me then? Ask me your question directly. Polio. Parole, like no, not from a legal standpoint. What you trying to ask me, Polio? Cause I'm lost at exactly what point you want me to speak from. Hold on. What is this? Mm. What I was looking for just now. Dang it. Oh yeah. Mm. Hold on, I can't see y'all message. Hold on, I had to. Mm, had to respond to that real quick. Do you think he did it from what you know inside and outside the court? Oh my god. So I'm gonna say this. I can't tell you I think he did it either way. What I can say is prior to me being familiar with the case, based on how it was presented through the media, I would say my mind originally was that he did it based on what I knew from what was presented, right? However, now that I know the case from the inside, meaning the paperwork, from the outside, meaning, what I'm saying, from just thinking of what's presented from my own standpoint, then I would say, no, I don't think he did it as far as legal. You can't really, it's not really a way to say just thinking off the top of your head because that's not how it works. Like, my opinion, right, on it is going to be based off what I'm presented to look at. And just like everybody is speaking their opinion from what they're seeing, we're all just seeing it different ways. But based off everything that was provided, I still couldn't logically say I think he shot and killed two people. Like, I've never thought that. I definitely felt like he probably wasn't included in it, right? Prior to like knowing anything exactly about the case. But yeah, I can't say I ever really felt like he did it per se, if that answers your question. Hold on, let me get back to the comments. What it do, Gates? I'm a fan and wanted to say he didn't do it, but when you told us the infos about Jacoby Mills, I knew he didn't. So with Jacoby Mills, see, this is the thing. This is why, it's the whole story, right? You can't really say, well, you can because that's your opinion. Let me reword it. But from my view of Jacoby Mills' statement is, for one, I look at when he gave that statement. Mind you, he was locked up. He was facing a gun charge. So I look at that. I look at why he waited so long to speak on it, because he didn't provide that statement until January 2019. The murders was back in October 2018. So, I look at all that because that's just how I am just as a person, right? Anytime somebody come tell me anything, I hold who I see you as a person along with what you're saying to me. And that's one reason why I don't go off of everybody's info But really nobody's info. Like I have to fact check it myself because although it may sound believable, that doesn't make it believable. And that's another reason why I've always said, even with the info I give, go behind me, go research it yourself. You know what I'm saying? So, is this live? I think they're about to come back off lunch. Gates. Well, I would say this: your side of the court, because you know Gates with the prosecution. She did well. I will give her that. She did well as far as piecing together the story to make it fit what she want the jury to see. I'm still on that she did a lot of smoke screens though, Gates. Like instead of addressing the witness, right? That said Melly got out that car, she didn't. She just said, well, the phone, okay, was still da da da. How does that make sense? For the phone still to be going if he wasn't in the car, like people don't let people use their phone or something along that faction. So, you know, I mean, like I said, she did good as far as putting it together, putting it out. However, the defense going I hope the defense is about to tear her ass up. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Cause she left enough room, cause I did it for about 30 minutes. So definitely catch the replay of this, cause I did it for like 30 minutes, went against or filled in like how it can make sense to go another way of what she said. So hopefully, you know, the defense does that. Let's see. Could Bortland go back to get the phone when left the hospital? That's how Melly got his phone back. Um, Again, if we look at it like that, say so. Let's, for example, just say for the sake of conversation, because I think we got about 10 minutes before they come back in. What if the phone was left there? Okay, everything transpired. If we gonna use Mills' testimony, Mills does say, guess what? Bortland showed us where the gun was at. What if the phone was there too, and it just wasn't added to the report because it really wasn't important to them as far as they wanted to know? They was more so wanting him to confirm they went and found the gun. Um, they did research on Track's phone, and it was consistent with Mill's statement. How was it consistent with Mill's statement? What was consistent about it? It wasn't no research to do on Track's phone other than he was at home. And then they said that they were able to track Track's phone at the video shoot and said Melly had his phone. That was later in the evening. So even if we go off of what every witness said, it still would still play a part into what David said by saying Melly didn't know where his phone at. We all linked up at Fredo Bang house, so it could be listed that guess what? He got his phone in. The question, to be honest, right? If I was on the defense, the question would be this: does that phone that they're tracking, now they know Fredo Bang address, right? When did that phone make it to Fredo Bang's house? That's the question. Okay? Because if that phone, depending on when that phone got to Fredo Bang's house that they're tracking, would determine who is telling the truth out of the witness, to be real. That phone could, because again, if the phone showed at 4 o'clock in the morning, because mind you, they're alluding or alleging that Melly got picked up after they got to the hospital, which was about like 3:45 a.m. Then they said like at what 4 o'clock or whatever time a call from that phone to Fredo Bang was made for like 400 seconds or something, they said, right? So when does that phone either link up with Fredo Bang's phone or link up to Fredo Bang's Wi-Fi? That's something that never was said by the state. So again, it still doesn't prove the story of murder because they're not even sane enough for us to not think it could be something else. So again, if I was going to use the phone, this is my opinion. If I was using the phone, okay, if I was using the phone as my ace in the hole, I would have showed this phone was with the person I'm saying picked him up at this time and stays with him until this time. That seals it. Because now, how you gonna explain your phone is with somebody else this whole time? Now it's gonna allude to the witness that I put on there. Okay, so that's different. That's not what happened though. They didn't do that. They're literally telling us, okay, the phone stayed with the decedent up until this time. Now, with that being said, we already said whether he jumped out in a hurry because they were on the interstate to get in the other car, dropped his phone in the car, that phone would have remained with the decedent, okay? Until guess what? They would have got rid of the guns and the phone, okay? What if it was a glitch to why or when that ping was actually sent? Have y'all ever, especially on iPhones, have y'all ever tried to send a message? Some reason you don't have the service at that time, and it sends later on, possibly as a text message or something, but it's later on. It's not even at the exact time you sent it. Now on the defense side, really at that point they don't even have to address none of that because they're taking Melly out of the car way before all that even happened. So let me see. Everybody in the streets of Florida know he did it, but did the state do their job? I mean, what the again? Street law, street politics, street convos, street gossip has nothing to do in the court. How the streets figure out and solve cases is not the same as how they do it in the court. How we do it on YouTube is not the same as how they do it in the court. So I think in order to really have the conversation about trials, you have to know how to not put all that in the same sentence, right? At all. Because there's a lot of things as far as we think about street politics in our own neighborhoods and stuff would have been differently done outside of what they're doing in the courtroom. So that's my answer to that. Track went to that exact spot at 12. Again, y'all y'all skipping over the ace in the hole. The ace in the hole is not that it linked up at 12:45 p.m. the next day. The ace in the hole is to put that phone with Fredo Bang right after the murders. Because again, the state is stating that Fredo Bang picked up Melly. Although they didn't prove it, they alluded to it. They're saying Fredo Bang name a million times to say everybody was at the house, okay? Their witness, Glass, is stating, oh, I saw Melly at Fredo's house. He wasn't with us, though, at the other house, okay? The defense witness is saying, hey, he was with us. So, to solve all that is this. It would have been more of a, okay, boom, if you're able to say, not only did that phone send a message and a ping to Fredo Bang, but we have that phone with Fredo Bang at 5 a.m. all the way up until they left for the photo shoot or left to go to the location for the guns. That's more plausible than just saying, oh, it was with the decedent the whole time. Again, hey, like I said, is it what happened? I don't know. But it's definitely plausible. Because we all know you can send a message, doesn't mean it went through right then, right there. It could be based on cell towers, service. They in the middle of the what is it called? Everglades. So again, so just my opinion, but I think they're coming back in. So let's watch. Hold on, why my phone slow? I'm tripping. Are they back in? Why this ain't showing it? Why is that delayed? Hold on, what y'all see on the screen? Why is my phone showing me on a whole different thing than what it is? I don't know. Anyway, Melly's phone went from Fredo's house to remember the next day. I mean, Poro, listen. That's cool and all, right? And I get it. But what I'm saying is that we're going to talk about a murder trial or any trial. It ain't even got to be murder, right? You telling me what somebody did 10 plus hours after the fact for you asking me to convict somebody based on a certain lineup with a phone 10 hours later that puts him with this person, then it's not enough to convict. Again, if you can show me, right, that based on the evidence that the defense provided, which is the witness saying Melly was with him at his house and he couldn't find his phone till later on the next day, right? I need you to seal that deal for me to not even care what that witness said, right? That you have the facts, meaning if they would have presented, yeah, he sent a pen to Fredo Bang. We can prove that Fredo Bang, because they pulled his records too, Fredo Bang and this phone was together, right? We can then point out that that phone left Fredo Bang and went with 100K track back to the scene. That's how you prove without actually saying, oh, we have evidence that we have him on camera doing it. That goes on more so with aligning with proving that that phone is with Melly, not just with the car, the decedent. And then another thing, the same rationality that they're giving us to believe that what's his name, Bortland phone was off due to non-payment or either broken. That same rationality can be put in with Melly not having his phone. Because at what point you're a rapper out here supposed to be making money, why you don't have a phone that's on, right? Why did you not get another phone? How did you go all this time with no phone? Same rationality they want us to use with Melly sharing a phone. No, I was speaking for my personal opinion as a fan, not a juror. That's why I asked you your personal opinion. I mean, that is my personal y'all gotta understand my personal opinion on real like court cases is just that I'm not able to separate logic from the legal standpoint and my personal view. I don't mix the two. So my personal opinion is based off the legal part of it, making sense. Not stating like all the statutes and all that. Nah, what I'm saying is if I just look at what I'm presenting without my personal view on what they presented is that they didn't prove their case. So I guess I'm not the best person to get a personal opinion just off of, especially on the court case. There's no other way to look at it. I don't see how anybody can make an actual opinion on it without taking into thought the legal system. That's just my view on it. I really don't know how to do now. If it was just a common situation, like for example, do I feel or what's my opinion on him talking to his mama and them text messages the way he did? That's different. But when you talking about personal opinion on a court case, I don't know how to do that without get legally talking about it. Let's see. I might be mistaken, but then one dude say Melly went to the house with them, and the other dude, yeah, that's basically what's going on, Goldie. The state witness said he wasn't there. The defense witness said he was there. Not loud, Pat. Talking about what Florida know. Make sure. What do you think they will come to a verdict? I don't know. It like I said, it depends. In my opinion, it's gonna come down to emotional. Either this is gonna be tried emotionally, or this is gonna be tried by people actually just looking at the evidence. So if the jurors can separate their emotional attachment to, oh my gosh, he possibly killed his two friends type thing, then it may, not take that long. But if they are misconstrued with the two and still just want to kind of have a debate like we're doing, it may take a while. Because remember, like I told Gates the other night, we literally was debating about this thing. So imagine how it's going to be in that jury room. But they're coming back in section now. So here we go.
You bring the jury. The other thing I wanted to ask you was about the alternates. I'm not going to say how many is questioned. I'm just going to send them home or not excused.
Yes. Yes. They're ready.
You're right. Chelsea, you ready?
Yes.
We could take a break, right? We will do this after the
All right. Okay, Brandon.
I hope he cut them dreads off. I really do. I heard him saying something about an alternate juror and sending somebody home. I have no idea what's about to happen. I heard bits and pieces of
Reflect
it.
the importance of our jury. Defendants, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you had a nice lunch. This is the defense counsel's opportunity to address you. Please give Mr. Epstein the courtesy and attention that you previously displayed to Ms. Bradley.
Okay, maybe I misheard what he said. All right, we good.
Is he a principal or
No,
a
why is he
shooter?
talking?
That's what the state addressed you folks just a few moments ago before you went to lunch. And the reason they said that is because they don't even know. Otherwise, they would select either him being a principal or the one who caused the death of Williams and Thomas. It's that simple. Where is the fire? Was the message. They say it refers to guns. That's their interpretation. My interpretation, based upon the evidence, is where's the weed, the marijuana? That's the problem here, folks. They're interpreting it as opposed to calling these various people to tell you what they mean. They mentioned Frederick Gibbons, Frito Bang, Mariah Hamilton, Peasy, Patrick Deloach, Dontavius Withers.
Objection, Your Honor, Albert.
They opened the door. We don't have a burden. As the court told you in jury selection, the burden of proof is on the state. And the court told you during jury selection that this is a first-degree murder case, wherein the penalties are either life without the possibility of parole or death. You folks are going to determine this young man's fate. And they come in here and give you alternatives. They come in here and give you their interpretation when we don't have to do a darn thing. And that principle was so important that His Honor read you that instruction at the beginning when you were going through the process. That he just read it to you before the state got up and gave their opening closing statement. He told you that this young man has pled not guilty. That means you have to presume him innocent. That means that that presumption stays with him until and if the state of Florida can prove their case beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. The judge goes on to tell you, and it's in your packet of jury instructions, that the defendant, Melly, is not required to present any evidence or prove anything. So it's nice that they're interpreting these things, but the bottom line is they don't even know. Because they've given you just two alternatives. Either he's the shooter or the principal. Make up your mind. Tell these folks what it is. Now, how do you go about doing this? Well, the judge gave you an instruction on that. You're to look at the evidence that's been presented to you. Remember, we don't have to do a thing. All we have to do is show up and behave. Now, I don't know if I behaved totally correct during the course of this trial. So, on behalf of us, let me apologize if I have or we have offended any of you. And I would ask you, I would plead with you, if I or any of the other individuals have done anything to irritate you, don't take it out on this young man. Still hold the burden of proof to this table. Now, why do they have the burden of proof? Because they are the state. They are the government. As we learned in this case, they have the police department of Miramar. They have the Broward Sheriff's Office. They have the DNA labs. They have experts, the FBI. They have everything at their disposal. And that's why our system of justice is different than anyone else in the world. We recognized a long time ago that when the government accuses somebody of a crime, they have the money, the resources, and the person power to attempt to prove to you all that a person has committed a crime beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Now, how do you go about doing it? And before I get into that, first of all, let me also thank you, because we have interrupted your lives for it seems like months. And we have put a horrible burden on your personal lives, your family life, and what have you. And all of us applaud and thank you for your service. You folks have gone way beyond the call of duty. And I think we all recognize that. But how do we go about determining, and I shouldn't say how do you folks go about determining if the state of Florida has proved their case beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt? Well, the judge just gave you that instruction. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. Remember, we just got to show up. And how does a reasonable doubt occur? Well, the judge told you. It can come from the evidence itself, a conflict in the evidence, or a lack of evidence. You don't need all three of these areas. But I suggest to you folks that we have a reasonable doubt from the evidence that has been presented, that there is a conflict in the evidence, and there's a lack of evidence. This is an unusual case, kind of like the medical examiners. The two medical examiners said it's unusual because normally you can't tell what shot occurred first, second, and third. And the chief medical examiner came in here, Dr. McDougall, I think, and told you it's only happened to her in her entire career, I think 2 or 3 times, that she could tell you which shot occurred first in this case. So, knowing that, let's look at what the state presented. But before we do that, we can agree upon a couple of things that are not in dispute. They said that Melly is a talented music artist. We agree with that. At the age of 19, based upon the evidence, he was making more money than probably everybody in this courtroom, including us. Number two. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, okay? Usually the judge stop me reading. Number two is that Cortland Henry changed his clothes before he went to the hospital. That's what they said just 10 minutes ago. Number three, that there's absolutely no eyewitness that will implicate this young man to this crime, these crimes. Number four, they talk about premeditation. I suggest to you there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever to show premeditation. And the last one that we absolutely agree with, and they admit it, the Miramar Police Department lacks the training. Those aren't my words. That was Miss Bradley just an hour ago saying it. Not only did Miss Bradley say that, but Sergeant Williams also said they lacked the training in one of the worst investigations. That's why I pushed aside their reports. Now, the state produced over 100 exhibits sitting right here on the floor. Ms. Bradley made reference to some of them. They're all here. And I put them on this side of the podium because I suggest to you that this is a smoke screen. I suggest to you that this is open for anybody to interpret any way they want. When I say something sarcastic, you don't know if I'm serious or not. I can tell my colleague, I hate your guts, and it could be joking, and I am joking. And that's what this case is, and that's all this evidence is open for interpretation. That's not evidence proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now I put on this side of the table really the evidence that means something. There's one other exhibit, but it's on a little USB internet thing. And that is the video leaving the studio, showing the 2 cars and the 8 individuals that left. Sitting on this side of the table is the broken cell phone that Moretti could not tell you whose it was, and the 9807 phone that Melly uses, as other people do too. These are the 2 key pieces of evidence. These are what I suggest you focus in on, because you can take any one of these items, any one of these text messages, any one of these pinging on maps, and you still don't know what was said, what was meant, and more importantly, who said it. I leave my phone, and I'm sure you all, in the house, and my wife picks it up and sends a message. And it looks like it's coming from me. And sometimes she sends messages that I'm kind of shocked about. But you don't know. So let's put the 100+ exhibits to the side for a moment. The state called 26 witnesses. I think I counted. And I suggest to you that you should look at 11 witnesses very carefully. And why do I say that? Because when you look at these 11 witnesses, you will find out that there's a conflict in the testimony, that there is a lack of testimony, and the third way is from the testimony itself. The first one that I would like to talk about well, before I talk about the first witness, I want you to remember one thing. On October 26th, that day of the shooting, we learned immediately that that Jeep was taken to a secure area. And it was searched for over 15 hours by 2 crime scene technicians. And you heard how they pulled out the evidence. They got some foam, some projectiles, I think a can, everything, and photographed the vehicle. Now, why is that important? Because that vehicle was searched. You okay? You want to take a break? That vehicle was searched again months later. But it didn't stop there. Because about 3 years later, miraculously, even though it was searched for hours by crime scene technicians, Sergeant Williams comes into the scene at the request of the state of Florida, this particular prosecutor right here. And miraculously, he finds additional evidence, 2 projectiles and a bloodstain that obviously everyone else missed. That should tell you something about the quality of this investigation. That should give you a clue as to what's going on in this case. What happened was, once they got the surveillance tape of the individuals leaving the studio, they knew that Cortland Henry, Williams, Thomas, and this young man got into the Jeep. It's shown on the video. In the Mitsubishi were Adrian Davis, Patrick DeLoach, Trevon Glass, and I'm missing one other. Withers, Dontavius Withers. And we know that on October 26th, when Moretti saw that surveillance, Cortland Henry identified all of them. And in fact told them that he lives at this young man's house. I made a mistake. Jacoby Mills was in the car. It was Jacoby Mills, Adrian Davis, Trevon Glass, and Dontavius Withers. Okay? I can't keep the names straight. I'm lucky if I can remember my own name. That's why I haven't written it down. We know that Moretti identified all 8 people that left the studio on October 26th. We also know that Moretti knew where this young man lived, along with all the other 7 people that left the studio. We all know that, according to the state, Cortland Henry lied to the police. And we also know, as the investigation progressed, that Cortland Henry had blood matching the victim on his clothes. And he also had GSR, or gunshot residue, on his clothes. If that were true, and you saw the pictures of the Jeep, all bloody, blood all over the place, And we learned that you could spray and determine if there was blood right here on the carpet, even though you don't see it. Why in the heck don't you get a search warrant for the house? Why in the heck don't you? Don't tell us we didn't know where he lived. Don't tell us it was months later, because they go into the car 4 years later and do this. So why don't you do it? Because Detective Melly and the Miramar Police Department, as everyone has said, lacks the experience and the training. We don't have to do a darn thing, folks. We don't have to do a thing. But let's go into the 11 witnesses now. The first one, and they mentioned it, George Bello, the manager, the head guy of the gun and tool mark unit of the entire Broward Sheriff's Office. And he tells you, after we get a great education of guns and projectiles and casings, we have to bring out the fact that can you tell or determine the distance between the shooter and the victim? Can you tell us that with all your experience? And what does he say? I can't do it unless I have the weapon, unless I have the ammunition, because ammunition, the weight of ammunition could change the distance. And you have to have the weapon in order to do that. He cannot even tell us if it was one gun, two guns, or more. He's honest. He tells you that without the weapon used, I cannot place the shooter to the victim, or victims in this case. Now, why is that important? Because a reasonable doubt can arise from a conflict in the testimony. If you believe George Bello, and I suggest you should, then he totally contradicts all the testimony of Sergeant Williams, who comes in here 4 and 5 years later and says, I can tell you where shooter one was, and I can tell you who the shooter is. You talk about a conflict in the testimony? It's one or the other. It can't be both. And he tells you, in addition to that, that the environment has to be considered. Now, Williams tells you he goes out to the scene some 4 or 5 years later and has no idea, nor did he even check the terrain, the environment on that particular morning hour. So you got to believe one or the other. You can't believe both of them because they are in direct conflict with each other. But let's go further. The next witness that you should consider is FBI agent Brendan Collins. He is an expert in tracking phones. He is not only an expert in Broward County, but he's an expert, and his team have been specially trained to map phones, not only in this country, but anywhere in the world if he's called upon. They brought him in. And what does he tell you? This expert. I cannot determine precisely the location of a phone. I cannot say 100% the phone is in, and you saw the band, it looks like a banana. He says, I think it's somewhere within this area, but I can't be 100% Sure. He's candid with you. And he further tells you that the call detail records are limited. And I can't tell you who had the phone at any particular time. And most importantly, he tells you in making the mapping of the phones, the FBI, the special agents, do not use two items that are on the bill. That is the environment section, and he does not map out based upon the longitude and latitude. He goes to the cell towers and where they're bouncing off. And it could vary depending upon the strongest signal or how busy that network is. Well, he contradicts Williams, the one who comes up and tells you the phone is at this location here, this location here, this location here, at these particular times. It's one or the other, folks. I suggest you there's another conflict in the testimony. The next witness I think you need to pay particular attention to and really get a flavor of what this case is all about is Felicia Holmes. Felicia Holmes tells you that the Miramar detectives, Moretti and his group, threatened her, bullied her daughter, told potential witnesses they were going to prison, told witnesses that they may never see their children again, told a witness that he was going to be deported even though he's been in this country since 5 years old. He was going to be deported to Haiti where they won't feed you. The place is, with all due respect, and excuse my language, but it was his language that he used, shit. This is the great detective. This is why this kid's sitting here. They have intimidated and threatened everybody. So I asked you, I begged you to consider Felicia Holmes because that tells you what's going on. When Moretti got that surveillance tape and realized this young man, this little kid, excuse me for calling him a kid, he was 19 at the time, was a rap star making more money than he'll ever see in his entire career at 19. He got tunnel vision. And he wanted to nail this kid. And what better way to move up the ranks, get some publicity, is to arrest the star. If they arrest Howard or myself, they go, who the hell is Addleston? Who the hell is Howard? That's the bottom line. So he just focused in, and everything was directed to get this kid. That's why he ignored everything. And that's why he intimidated and threatened anybody that said something different. So I ask you to pay attention to Felicia Holmes because you do get an idea of what this investigation is. The fourth witness was Kurt Rhodes, the DNA expert. Now, why is he important? Because while we were picking a jury in April and we were off in May, this prosecutor asked him to go back to the car and check some DNA. Now, why would you do that? The case, according to Moretti, is closed as soon as this young man is arrested. Why do you go back 5 years and ask an expert, a DNA expert, to do some more testing. This kid walked into the Broward, voluntarily surrendered. And 5 years later, they have the audacity to say, do a little more testing. Why? Because now we're in trial. And they realize there's problems. Why else would you do it? Three years after this young man surrenders, they bring in Danny Polo. I call him the masked man. He came in here for a few hours, if you recall, got on this witness stand and wore a ski mask over his entire face where you could only see his eyes. They came in here. He got involved in 2022 at the request, again, of the state, the prosecutor. What was the purpose of that? The great gang expert? They wanted to link him to some gang. You know, in the rap culture, whether you want to accept it or not, gangs are attracted to them. If you want to be successful in rap music, you are going to pick up some of the nuances of various gangs. Snoop Dogg, to this day, it was. Oh, fine.
No problem. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is argument. All right, just proceed, counsel. Objection those overruled.
Snoop Dogg, to this day, does hand signs of a gang. And he does that because he realizes it promotes his music. That's the bottom line. And because he wants to promote his music, make money, he's all of a sudden this big gang guy. And they wait till 2022 to bring him in. I thought the case was closed, according to Melly. And they show you some text messages from, I think it was Gino Herc and Wando, who fought with Anthony Williams previously. Now, certainly, if the investigation is being fair and you want to find who was involved in this case, you would relay that information to the lead detective of people of interest or suspects. And what do we find out? Moretti has no idea who Gino is, no idea who Herc is, and doesn't know about Wando. This is the great investigation. But he also refers to some text messages where those individuals that are in fact associated with the gang text him and he's not responding. And to the point of not responding, they say they're going to put you on the plate. Now that's not for dinner. That's not for breakfast. We learned what that means. If you don't start responding to us, we're going to have you killed. What the heck's going on? Why wouldn't you investigate this? They want you to believe that there's no evidence of that. How do they know there's no evidence? If they don't investigate, they don't search, they don't look. You got all these phones, yet Gino and Herc, you have their text messages. Go get their phones, track them, and see. We don't have to do a thing, folks. the presumption of innocence stays with us during the entire trial until and if they can prove beyond every reasonable doubt that this young man did anything wrong. Moretti didn't want to look at that. Why? Because God forbid they find some evidence. His arrest of a star is down the tubes. That's the bottom line. I want you to pay particular attention to Dr. McDougall and Dr. Saunders, because those two doctors, one being the chief medical examiner of Broward County, the other one, an associate medical examiner, I think now employed in West Palm Beach, say to you that the first shot to Williams and Thomas were fatal. Deadly. Why is that important? Because according to Sergeant Williams, Thomas's injury to his hand came first. It was a defensive wound. We know that couldn't happen based upon the medical testimony. So you either have to disregard the medical examiners and accept what Williams' testimony is, or I suggest, now that you have four experts, contradicting Williams' testimony, and that is Bello, Special Agent, FBI Agent Collins, and two medical examiners, conflict with Williams' testimony, that you should take Williams' testimony and ignore it, toss it out. You can't have it both ways. It just doesn't work. And then we get to really their star witness, two star witnesses. Sergeant Williams, and I think I've talked a bit about him. And I think the most amazing part of his testimony is that he does not get involved in this case until 3 years after the incident. Again, at the request of the state. Again, because they realize they have problems. And I applaud them to recognize they have problems. And miraculously, as I told you earlier, even though the Jeep was searched for hours and hours, processed for hours and hours, he finds additional evidence. 2 projectiles that everyone else missed, and a blood stain that is important. And that when he did his analysis, 2 important things occurred. He didn't go in there blindly to do any analysis. He told you that the prosecutors in this case told them that the defendant in this case was this young man. And we need you to do a trajectory analysis to put him on the scene. Now, I suggest to you, you could have a Jolly Green Giant and a midget. And if you give them the dimensions, the height and his arm length, with this mathematical formula, you could say the Jolly Green Giant or the midget was a shooter in this case. They would either be closer to the car or further from the car, depending upon their size. If you want to do an analysis, if you want to do an investigation, if you want to figure out who the shooter is, why do you point to this kid and tell him, this is what we want? Why do you do that? This is the great investigation. This is what they want you to do in order to render a verdict that could take him.
This is good. Over proceed.
And tell him that he's going to live life in the state penitentiary without parole or be on death row. This is the investigation they want you to rely upon and say it's proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt? I guess so, according to them. And they call Danny Benitez. Who the heck is he? He was on the stand for all of about 2 minutes. Danny Benitez gave Detective Moretti the surveillance tape from the Montessori school. You watched it. It showed, I suggest, nothing probative to implicate this young man in it. But we learned, not from him, but from Moretti, that he doesn't go to the drugstore on Miramar Parkway to check their surveillance tape. He doesn't go to Applebee's to check their surveillance tape. He doesn't go to Polo Tropical or the gas station or the bank on Miramar Parkway to check their surveillance tapes. When the car's on 184th Avenue, he doesn't go to the fire station to check their tapes, surveillance tapes. Doesn't go back to the 2 elementary schools, Sunset Lakes and West Broward Elementary, to check their surveillance tape, because he knows it all. He knows it. How do you know it if you don't check? How do you know something unless you investigate? We don't have to do a thing, folks. We don't have to do anything except show up. And begrudgingly, we did. Where the Montessori school was, on Pines, there was a Tractor Supply Company and another school. Why don't you get that? And come in here and say, you know what, folks? We checked all of this. Instead, what they do is take a helicopter ride 4 or 5 years later. And we have to sit here and watch as they fly the route. And we have to watch how they drive the route. Not checking what the traffic conditions were that day, back 4 or 5 years ago. Not checking what the weather was 5 years ago in October 26th. What's the purpose of that? Just to add more of what I suggest is a smokescreen. You look at all this and say, heck, man, 100 exhibits, 500 photographs out of a cell phone, all these text messages. What does it mean? Hopefully, for the state, you'll say, hey, where there's smoke, there must be fire. And say, hey, too bad, young man, too bad. There's a lot of stuff sitting here. And hopefully you will not fall into that trap. And then we get to the lead detective. Well, before we get to the lead detective, I think I missed someone. Trevion Glass, the individual who got into the red Mitsubishi. The man who is convicted of 2 felonies. Now, why is that important? Because the judge read you an instruction on some of the factors to look at in determining whether or not to believe a witness or not. And he told you that one of the factors to look at is whether or not the witness has been convicted of a crime. Trevion Glass, the state calls, as their star witness, basically, to say Melly never got into that Refuting. And he told you one interesting thing. He said he's got a case pending right now, and he doesn't want to go back to jail. Now, who has the authority to put him in jail? We don't. There's only one person who can put him back in jail. And that's the state of Florida, whether it be through the state attorney's office or the police department. And he miraculously is the only witness that says no one got into the red Mitsubishi from the recording studio. But he tells you, doesn't tell you how he gets into Melly's house, because he doesn't have a key. So, what's going on here? What's the story here? And then they call the star witness, the lead detective, Detective Moretti. We know he doesn't look at the surveillance tapes on the various Miramar Parkway and Pines and what have you, because he knows. He's worked the area. He knows that he got 9807, the phone that Melly has used, and you've seen various and a lot of photographs. I think it's Exhibit 115, am I correct? 100, excuse me, 100. And who did they get this phone from? Detective Moretti. Jameson Francois. And certainly you ask him, how long have you had this phone? And he says, I never asked him. How convenient. And he goes and says there was another phone in the vehicle, but it was broken. That's 115. 115. So I can't tell you whose phone that is. Now, we don't have a burden to do anything. If you recall, we asked him to take out the SIM card of this broken phone. And there was a reason for it, to tell you the quality of the investigation. He took out that SIM card, read the serial number from that SIM card, which he had never done until you saw him open this phone in the courtroom. And he agreed that you can take that serial number to T-Mobile, Sprint, and what have you, and determine whose phone is, who is the owner, subscriber, and get a warrant for that phone. You've got warrants on a lot of phones. Get a warrant on this phone if you want to see what it is. Well, he doesn't want to do that because he's afraid it'll ruin the investigation. That's why I put these two phones separate and apart from all this other stuff. Now, the state said to you, there was no reason No reason, I think was the exact quote, for the Jeep to stop on the side of the road. I suggest to you that as we have done periodically through this case, the reason was
Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is argument. Proceed, counsel.
the reason was because you needed a bathroom break, just like you and I did when I raised my hand or stand up. And at 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, if he needed a bathroom break, in a dark highway, and you saw him carry it in his hand, he'd leave it on the seat of the car. And we know that the car sped off because there was another car waiting, the red Mitsubishi. You want to know there's no reason? The poor kid had to urinate. And the phone was in the car, but they don't want you to know any of this. That's why we had to call Adrian Davis. But let's stay on Moretti for a little while. Because they execute a search warrant on his house, his apartment, and his storage unit. They find ammunition in there. They find in the storage unit, I think, 3 holsters and gun locks. We don't know what type of guns belong to those holsters. We don't know what type of guns were the gun locks to. All we know is there are 3 guns missing based upon the 3 holsters. And Moretti doesn't even ask where these weapons are. What are these weapons? Should it concern you? Yes. Should it show you a lack of evidence? Yes. Ask yourself. They keep telling you to use your common sense. Use your common sense, please. Ask yourself why a lead detective of a double homicide would not ask Jameson Francois, where the hell are the guns? Where the hell are the locks that belong to the guns? Where are they? I suggest to you when you use your common sense, you're going to say, he doesn't want to know. Because God forbid, those or one of those could be the murder weapon. And then the investigation of this rap star is down the tubes. He reads to you various messages from various people, but he never goes to talk to these people to see what they meant. You search Jameson Francois' car that supposedly is involved in taking Melly, and 4 months later, Well, if you go and search his car, Jameson Francois, let's go back again to his house. Get up here, State, and tell him why you didn't search the house. You learn about Frito Bang, supposedly. Supposedly takes him somewhere. Why in the heck don't you search his house? Even if it's 4 months later, 5 months later, 10 months later, and use that fancy spray. Not the one that causes you to get sick, but the new spray. And look for it. What kind of investigation is this when we're talking about putting a young kid on death row or life without parole? Or any investigation? This is no game, folks. We're playing for all the marbles. That's why they said that Miramar Police Department lacks the training. They did absolutely nothing once they got that surveillance tape. Blinders. Blinders on them. We're not going to look to the left. We're not going to look to the right. We're just going to direct everything to this young man. And I'm glad they admitted the suspects of 13. We know that Cortland Henry's involved. You heard about Crucial Almighty David Hedgepath, who wrote and texted, "We killed 2 of you." And someone said I should use the word ninjas instead of the word that he used. And in that message, he had a target over someone's face. Whose was it? Guess what? It's Melly. And he did it within hours. And what do they do? Nothing. Years later, they get his so-called timesheet where he was working. They don't bother to talk to any of his co-employees to verify this. In fact, if you look at the timesheets, it gives him time to, I think he's up in Verrill, Melbourne, to be exactly in Broward County, which is about 2 to 3 hours before the job. It's no alibi at all. But why don't you talk to these people? Why don't you investigate? How in the hell does he send out a text? We killed 2 of you. We were aiming at the Jeep. Bentley, who had a problem with Melly. He does nothing. That's not a person of interest. He knows that there is a incident at Walmart where he's robbed of a chain, I think it is. Why don't you get the surveillance tape? Or at least try so you can say, I tried, and it doesn't exist anymore. Jameson Francois with the missing guns. He's the manager who had, I think, $16 million in his account. If anyone had a motive in this case, it would be Jameson Francois, possibly. I don't know. We don't have to prove a darn thing. Why don't you at least investigate? Why don't you do the work that is required before you ask 12 of you to either put him on death row or life in prison? Jay Green, who had a beef with Melly. Why don't you check him out? Quando Wando, why don't you check him out? Gino, who said he's going to be on a plate, they're going to kill him. Moretti that says, I don't even know who the heck Gino is because no one told me. Herc says you got to communicate with us or you're going to pay the consequences. He doesn't know who Herc is. Goon. Same thing. And then the state rests. They say, folks, we've presented you all the evidence. Well, that wasn't true. Because we had to call Adrian Davis. And you learned that Adrian Davis showed up in the state attorney's office and gave a sworn statement. They never told you this, we did. We don't have to do any of this. And Adrian Davis said, I told you, he got in the car. How do I know that? Because I was woken up when someone was crawling in the back seat. How do I know that? When we got to Melly's house, he's the one who had to open the door. Because only he and Cortland Henry had the key to his house. Why do we have to do that? Why did they conceal that from you? Why did they hide that from you? I can't answer those questions, folks, but I don't have to. Other than to say, reasonable doubt. You know, when we started this journey together, the state promised you that they were going to prove their case beyond to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. They told you that they have accepted the responsibility, that they have the burden of proof. They told you that they would prove each element of this case. What they have proved to you is that Cortland Henry is involved in this case. Who else, if anyone else, you folks don't know from the evidence. They tell you and play you a video where Melly appears in Cocoa Beach that afternoon. Well, as AD told you, there was a contract and people were going to lose a lot of money. And he happens to be at the tender age at that time of 19, a professional. And we all know, and unfortunately, probably a lot of us have had to do something while we are suffering an illness or a death in our family. What does that prove? Absolutely nothing, other than at the tender age of 19, this kid, I say kid, I shouldn't say that, this man, young adult, is a professional. They say because you didn't show up at 1 or 2 jobs, then what the heck? They have no idea what the contract was. They have no idea how much money was involved. They have absolutely no idea. Why? Because there was no investigation. Play this. And they want you to believe that he's a cold-hearted murderer. When quite to the contrary, You saw the tapes. You saw that he's a nice young man and a professional. Folks, the worst thing any lawyer can do is sit and see a misjustice, no matter what side of the fence you're on. Especially when you're talking about a 23, 24-year-old kid. Man, young adult. To me, he's a kid. Because I have children older than him. The worst thing you can do is sit and see a misjustice. And we have sat here for months, starting in April, waiting to see the evidence. And I suggest to you right now, you should have more questions than when you were selected as jurors as to what really happened. And there was a gentleman who recently said that our system of justice is broken. I don't believe that. But he got on TV and it was all over national news saying, I think our system of justice is broken. If you want to do justice in this case, and you want to follow His Honor's instructions of proving, making the state prove their case beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, you will go to the verdict form and check off count 1. We, the jury, find as follows to the defendant: not guilty. We, the jury, on count 2, find the defendant not guilty. You may think he might be involved. That's not enough. If you waver and vacillate, that's what reasonable doubt is all about. You want to make sure the justice system stays intact. There's only one just verdict based upon the evidence they present. And that is, state, we just can't rely upon this beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, because there is a lack of evidence, there is a conflict in the evidence, and the evidence itself and the investigation itself stinks. I'd use another word, but I would probably get held in contempt. But I think you know what it is. So say we all.
Council, thank you. Then we're going to take a short recess. Case is not being turned over to deliberation at this time, and remember the admonitions were not to discuss the case, no form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, certainly no research, just leave your notepads and your jury instructions on your chairs, please. Thank you. The record reflect the jury speakers, Council Manuel, all the defendants. Do you restroom break? Yes, can we arrange that for Mr. Dennis?
Thank you. May I say?
Discuss? No? All right, we're in recess. Thank you.
Stuff delayed. Hold up. Look, I was listening on my doggone phone.
This is the great investigation. This is what they want you to do in order to render a verdict that could take him. And tell him that he's going to live life in the state penitentiary without parole or being on death row. This is the investigation they want you to rely upon and say it's proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt? I guess so, according to them. And they call Danny Benitez. Who the heck is he? He was on the stand for all of about 2 minutes. Danny Benitez gave Detective Moretti the surveillance tape. Cool. You watched it?
Did they pause? Am I tripping? Why I feel like I was watching it on a whole nother phone. Why it seemed like something off? What I miss? I'm over here listening. I'm moving around. What it do? Skull Gang in the building, okay? I'm listening on my phone and I'm like, yo, why do I still hear talking? Do y'all still hear talking? Or is y'all screen showing that they on recess? That's crazy that that delay is like that. Okay, well my bad, y'all. Cause I honestly was sitting here listening, thinking that they were still talking. So hold on, did they do recess in the middle of his closing arguments? Oh, that's crazy. Why is there a delay like that? Cause I'm looking at my phone still, and it still say they. Oh, that's weird. Anyway, so hold on. Did he finish his closing argument though? Why did it do that? I don't like that. Cause now that means I'm like maybe 5 minutes off as to what I heard. Cause he finished. Okay. Well, I didn't hear probably like the last 5 minutes or so. What up, Trail? Because I was listening on regular YouTube while I was getting dressed, and I didn't realize it was off, not synced in with the live stream. So my bad, y'all. But what y'all thought so far? What y'all think so far? That is something. But yeah, what y'all think so far? Y'all already know. I definitely feel like the defense. At first, remember, I was kind of like, man, why they got Addison doing it, right? But then as he started talking and going on, I realized that was the move to go with. Because a lot of the things he said, if Howard would have said it, would have came off differently than him saying it. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely agree with that decision. And he did well. He definitely did well. Roosevelt, what it do? Aaron B, what's up? So yeah, I definitely agree, Coco. Like I really think if the jury do exactly what is instructed, then it definitely is a bigger chance of him getting a not guilty than a guilty. Now, I will still say that option, right, of that manslaughter might linger on some of the jury's mind. But then that would lead to a hung jury, not a conviction. But yeah, this is something. Now, before they went on a break, did they go ahead and leave it to the jury or no? We haven't got to that point yet. Definitely rest in peace to the two victims because at the end of the day, like in all cases, it's always a victim. But this is something. This has been a nail biting trial. This has been the edge of the seat. Cause I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Y'all remember the first like week or so? I will do a recap at the end, but I think it was like week 3, maybe. That's when it got interesting, right? And I'm like, oh, I need to stream it in real time. I don't want to talk about it after it happened. So, hey, I don't know how long they're gonna deliberate in this situation. My plan is to, they can come back with a verdict at any time. So, hey, just know once a verdict is reached, we definitely gonna have to do it. Either way it goes, whether he's get found guilty, not guilty, or hung jury, it's gonna be definitely a talk of the internet. Just like the trial has been the talk of the internet. So, interesting enough, I really don't know how they gonna go. And I say that because I'm checking the temperature of just the truth team. And we all over the place, right? So I don't even know. So if we all over the place, imagine, if we were like actually in court with it in our laps to make a decision, like, let me see. Keep in mind, they never put the gun in his hand, nor could put him there. Melly has an eyewitness saying he wasn't in the car with him. Coco, listen, I'm with you. But look, the other side of the truth team is like the phone did the shooting, meaning Melly did the shooting. So that phone and again, it's all about how they're gonna comprehend it when they go into that room. Haitian cages. Let me find out Melly that took Haitian K old lady one day. Cause Haitian K like, nah, I know what's going on in Florida. He ain't coming home. Okay. He shouldn't be found guilty based off theory only and no weapon. Correct, right? Definitely. Everybody had his phone, so who really sent that message? And that's what I was saying. I feel like as long as people keep an open mind that everybody is not well off, right? This is not a situation of the rich and the famous, right? Because listen, one defendant, they're saying, hey, although he's a rapper too, although he's the one we can show had gunshot residue, although he's the one that brought the bodies to the hospital, although he's the one that we also see get in the car, his phone was off because it was prepaid, and that's okay because that's normal. But on the flip side, you mean to tell me it's not normal for somebody to allow other people to use the phone or to forget that a phone is not on them when they're in a rush? Do you know how I don't know about y'all? You know how many times I done went back home to get my phone? And I'm talking about I got 2 phones, okay? And if I realize one is not with me, I literally, depending on how far it is when I realize it, right? I'll go back and get it. And I have a whole nother phone, but it's important for me to have both of my phones for business. But anyway, you know how many times that happened? You know how many times when I'm off the clock and I realize I don't have my phone? You think I really be look, let me tell you. I don't know how important it is to have your phone glued to your hand. Let me tell you, when I'm winding down or when I'm like in another zone, I wouldn't care where that phone at, okay? It can be on the roof. It can be on somewhere. But I won't care where it's at. Okay. When Mickey Truth turns off, I turn on. It's not often. But when I turn off, I turn off. Okay. Like for sure. So, that's just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Um, different strokes for different folks. But in order to do this trial as a juror, you'll have to understand that though. And to say, wow, cell phones are popular. And I even use my real life thing. My dad doesn't have a phone. He doesn't have a phone at all. Like he don't even have a physical phone to even use Wi-Fi. He doesn't have a phone for multiple reasons, but he doesn't have a phone in 2023. Free him though. He got locked up, but before he got locked up, he didn't have a phone. So again, let me see. Trail said I change clothes also as soon as I get home to get comfortable. Him having on different clothes on doesn't prove it. And I'm gonna tell you this, Trail. Not only does it not prove it, you know what? I wish one of my cousins was available for me to call right now. I had a birthday party, okay? I was lit. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. Do y'all know how many times I changed clothes during the party? Like, they started calling me Barbie because they was like, "Why are you changing clothes?" Like, I literally kept changing clothes. Why? I can't even tell you. I was lit though, but I kept changing clothes. So depending on when you saw the picture, okay, will determine at what point in the party you saw me because I changed clothes. So people do change clothes. Um, but it was said 100 track gave the phone so easily. Well, to my understanding, right, is that he went for his meeting because 100K. Oh, excuse me, got my voice. 100K had a deposition schedule. He went. Okay, he had Melly phone with him. Okay, a subpoena was provided, and he handed the phone. My whole thing with that issue is the fact that he gave the phone. Hold on, let me see what they talking about. They go 100K right there. Hold on, isn't that him? That's correct, Trail. Oh yeah, that's definitely him. What is he doing?
Defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, as well as ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the state's opportunity to address you, to refer to as a rebuttal argument. Please give counsel the same person attention you previously displayed.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard an hour and 10 minutes of speculation. You've heard an hour and 10 minutes of asking the state to do something I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed to testify. I'm not a witness. So why the personal attacks on me?
Here you go.
Why getting upset when there's a mistake that was caught? Just like defense counsel made a mistake and Ms. Liberty quickly brought it to his attention that he said the wrong person and read an exhibition. There's a reason why there are multiple layers in place, why there are piece after piece of evidence that shows this defendant did that. Let me start in the back seat of that Jeep. How do we know the defendant was the one there with that Apple iPhone, not that LG? Well, here's a pretty good clue. That's an Apple phone charger going to the back seat right there, not an LG. And also, ladies and gentlemen, you know that LG phone wasn't working on October 26th of 2018. Multiple witnesses testified that it was an inoperable cell phone. So let's be very clear on that. Let's talk about Adrian Davis, AD. Adrian Davis seems to be a part of this puzzle. Kind of looks like the other puzzle pieces, kind of looks like it might fit. But then when you put all the puzzle pieces together and you start looking and comparing it, you go, well, none of the other ones are bright red like that. It kind of sticks out like a red herring. Because that's what Adrian Davis is. So why would counsel ask me why I wouldn't call him? That assumes the witness is credible. That assumes the witness is telling the truth. That assumes that Adrian Davis's testimony is consistent with every other sworn statement, deposition, and trial testimony in this case. If the witness is not credible and doesn't agree with any other piece of evidence in the case, I'm not going to call him. So, counsel made a very, very big deal about the key, right? And why changing cars is going to the same place. Well, here's a message from September of 2018 between Mr. Demmons and Anthony Williams. Is the back door unlocked? Yeah. Well, it gets better. What about this one, where Mr. Demmons is asking, oh, does Bort have the garage button? More than one way to get into a house. And even better, from Anthony Williams, October 3rd, I would have told AD to leave his key. This is all in the messages that are in evidence. So that is on page 248 of the conversations between Mr. Williams and Mr. Demons. October 3rd, 2018. Tell AD to give you the key. Adrian Davis had a key. There's no question based on these messages. If you're going to make the argument, know the evidence. Because that is clearly contrary to all of the evidence on that. So that's that community phone everybody used on that. I agree that the 9807 phone is accurate because it doesn't have any emotions, feelings, can't be paid off. It can't be in any way, shape, or form changed. It is what it is. So to make sure that we're clear on all the aspects of the jury instructions, and Ms. Smith, I'm going to kind of to turn that on. Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony or evidence in the case? Counsel wants you to look at each piece of evidence individually. The problem is it's not an individual picture. It's the totality of the circumstances. Because if you look at each individual piece of evidence, what are the odds? Ask that question. What are the odds that Mr. Demmons got into that back seat, that all the fatal shots came from that back seat, that they then go to his friend's house, Frito Bang. You saw the picture, it states 62, they're hanging out. What are the odds that each and every single piece of evidence is stacked up trying to implicate him? And let's be very clear, there are attacks on Detective Moretti on that. Ask him, he's trying to better himself or further himself. Detective Moretti testified he's a detective in the Homicide Bureau today, just as he was 5 years ago when this case occurred. To say that a man who spent 20 years in armed services in protection and furtherance of his country cares about publicity? There was no impeachment. There was no articles or news things on that. No, Detective Moretti is here fighting on behalf of Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams, the two young men, kids, that were murdered. And let's be clear, calling someone a kid, anything like that, is a play on your sympathy. And ladies and gentlemen, you agreed when we sat down for jury selection that sympathy would not come into play. That you would look and base this on the facts and the evidence. And ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, you have that. Let's talk about some of the suspects quickly. First of all, they bring up that Danny Polo mentions that and taught you that what does on a plate mean? So let's be clear, Danny Polo is good to tell you and teach you that term, but when he says fire, you're not supposed to believe him. Which is it? You either believe or disbelieve. Danny Polo is a detective with tons of experience in this particular area. He talked about listening to wiretaps, reading all of these communications. They were talking about a gun. It's very clear from the context. But so then let's look at that on the plate comment. When did that happen in those messages? February 6th of 2019. So not anywhere near the date of incident. Again, another red herring to try and say, oh, this doesn't fit. And ladies and gentlemen, having a motive does not equal guilt. Having a motive does not equal guilt. One singular online statement is not the same as having the reasons and the opportunity and the means to commit this crime. And the only person who had the opportunity, the reason, and the means is this defendant. So counsel kept saying the presumption of innocence. That's gone. Once the evidence is there as to each element of the offense, there is no longer a presumption of innocence. Again, in jury selection, we talked about that. If it's illegal to have a certain colored pen on a certain day in this courtroom. Silly example, but a good point. It doesn't matter what color my shoes were or what jacket I had on. It's the elements of the crime and only as to the elements that the state has to prove. And it's only beyond a reasonable doubt. As we discussed, beyond a reasonable doubt is not all possible doubt. We talked about this. We discussed this at length. That as a juror, if you had 100% positivity as to what happened, you'd be up there on the witness stand. There will always be questions. That's why it's what the puzzle shows. If you believe, and I submit that you should, the evidence from the testimony and the witnesses in this case, there is no question as to what that picture shows. That this defendant committed 2 counts of first-degree murder. So one of the things I want to make sure that you understand, ladies and gentlemen, is you will have the opportunity, because this has been many, many days. If you want to hear testimony read back to you, you're allowed. You don't get copies of the transcripts, but you can request any witness's testimony to be read back to you. Look at Adrian Davis's. Not once did he mention anything about a pee break. Never came up. If there was a reason, he could have testified to it. Where? When? No details. I can't even call him the one fact witness because what he's saying is not a fact. Because there is complete dispute as to what he's saying. So counsel says that, oh, Detective, now Sergeant Chris Williams, was brought in just to pin it on this guy. No, ladies and gentlemen. Look at your notes. Think back to his testimony. What did Sergeant Williams say? Prove or disprove it was a drive-by. Not who was holding the gun outside the car, how far away. There was no testimony as to that. The testimony was what happened inside the car, what happened outside the car. And if there's no dispute that a murder happened, 2 murders, why are the cross-examination on meaningless details? Why? Ask that. So, again, we've talked about the phones, and even the defense counsel says the phones are reliable. They're that digital leash that we talked about, that you go back for when you forget it. And there's no evidence whatsoever that supports this, oh, the phone was left in the car theory. There's none. Phones don't send messages and walk 1,300 steps by themselves. There's no evidence whatsoever that anybody else got in that Jeep. What the evidence does show, the defendant was consistently in that Jeep, and that Jeep never stopped during that whole course of travel until it got to the edge of the Everglades. The edge of the Everglades, where there's no witnesses, where there's no cameras, where they can stage a crime scene to try and get away with murder. So counsel talks about the verdict form. So you're very there are options on the verdict form. Including a lesser included offense. What does a lesser included offense mean? A lesser included offense is the smaller felonies that make up murder in the first degree. So in this case, the lesser included offense would be manslaughter. That, as you learned from reading the instructions, is without the premeditation. That is negligently playing with a firearm and shooting someone in the back of the head. That's not what you have in this case, ladies and gentlemen. You have a planned execution of Anthony Williams, and then the same as to Christopher Thomas. Reasonable doubt is just that. It has to be reasonable. It's not beyond all possible doubt. It is one that has to, you have a gut feeling that the defendant is guilty. You are not there on a search for doubt. That's not your job. You're to evaluate the evidence and determine whether or not the defendant is guilty in accord with the law. So to go to that, and I'm stealing this from Mr. Howard's opening statement, jury service is not a group project. It is 12 individual opinions. So if you have been convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder, you don't have to acquiesce to a lesser. If one person is not following the law and is not upholding their jury service, one person saying not guilty, that doesn't mean that's a verdict of not guilty. Mr. Adelstein answered that question for one of y'all during jury selection when he was asking questions. If you have an abiding conviction of guilt, the only appropriate verdict in this case is guilty of first-degree murder on 2 times. So, discussing as to reasonable doubt. We talked about it, about walking to work. Is it possible to walk here from Miramar if you live out there? Possible, but not reasonable. The simplest explanation that makes the most sense, that takes the fewest leaps, is that this defendant killed these 2 individuals. The why? Don't have to prove that, but I've given you options, and the evidence is giving you options. So, with regards to Mr. Glass, counsel talked about him. If Mr. Demons is at the house that morning,
Objection to the name.
Demons,
Right.
at the house that morning, and rode back with Travion Glass in that red Mitsubishi, why is Travion accusing him of doing it? Why is he saying in these messages, how would they ever think I did something like that? Why, if he was there and saw him now? So defense counsel talked about Brendan Collins. But I want to make sure it's clear for ladies and gentlemen that there's 2 different types of information. Brendan Collins testified that those other location points can be corroborated with other information. Surveillance video, things like that. So he's saying he's not using them because he's just doing the timing of things. Not that they aren't reliable, not that they aren't accurate, just that that's not what he uses. That was his testimony. In addition, counsel was trying to say that no, things can be changed because of the signal strength and it's things in between the phone and the tower. No, that is on the phone side, not the network side. This is looking at what the network sees when Brendan Collins is testifying. So ladies and gentlemen, you can go and you can compare the various evidence and the exhibits yourself. These will all be sent back with you as you deliberate. And you can look, for example, at the cash report, which is in evidence as State 65, right? This is the 772-713-9807 Demons phone. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, you can also look at what's been admitted into evidence as States 104. The drop pin. And don't take my word or the PowerPoint that I created to say that this works. Do it yourself. Line up the roads and see how everything overlays. Defense counsel says George Bello, his testimony is he can't give you an exact range or distance from them. And that is correct. He said that for a specific gun. However, it's different than what Sergeant Christopher Williams is doing. Because remember, George Bello is doing the internal ballistics of the gun, not the external, not the trajectories and the flight paths. That's not his area. That is separate and apart. Chris Williams is doing that aspect with the trajectories. In terms of all of the information from George Bello, there's still casings that match and projectiles that match on them. Counsel then argued that Kurt Rhodes goes back to the car to get DNA. No. As you heard, ladies and gentlemen, that DNA was collected October 26th of 2018. For the Montessori school, in the route and flying back, counsel says, oh, well, we didn't check traffic and weather. Well, then in the next breath, the argument was, well, but, it's 3 a.m. in the morning, there's nobody out. Just get out on the side of the road and pee. But there's no evidence to that. Look at Adrian Davis's statements. Look at his testimony. He never argued that. So for the search warrant on Jameson Francois, the 3 guns that are missing, the ones that all have the Glock backstrap, the Glock, all of them, those aren't involved. And to say that the defense argument that the state or the defense or the detective does not want to find those guns is contrary to all the testimony from Detective Moran. If he didn't want to find the guns, why is he doing search warrants at these locations? If he didn't want to find the murder weapon, why are they diving the C9 canal? Why are they diving the lake behind Frito Banks' house? Of course they're looking for them.
As many times she say Frito Bang, that person in trouble, whoever Frito is.
When you're looking at and saying, oh, he's a professional. Ladies and gentlemen, the message was very clear where he missed a show to have his hair braided. He told his mom it's okay. Stop being all upset. To go through a trauma like that, to shoot a video on someone's cell phone and watch the cell phone video. I'm not talking about the Facebook Live one. I'm talking about the professional. They're using a cell phone to shoot a music video. This investigation went on for 5 years. Every lead was followed. Every warrant was written and then sent. The only person every piece of evidence points to is this defendant. Ladies and gentlemen, the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt Jamel Demons has committed 2 counts of first-degree murder. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back on your instructions on page 34, 3.13, submitting the case to jury. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the court deputy. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or of any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to our court deputy. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the court deputy while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note to the court deputy. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any question, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received in evidence and exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate the rules we all share. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send into the jury room with you with the verdict forms. There's also going to be a computer which has been you are able to use to see any of the electronic items of evidence that are in evidence. So you'll have that in the jury room with you, with the evidence, so you can review it during your deliberations. Also, there may be items of evidence that do not go back if they have a hazardous material on, they're identified as hazardous. They don't go back to the jury room, but if you want to see any of those items of evidence, they'll be here in the courtroom. We got the gloves here in the courtroom, and they'll be shown to you. Just let us know through a note that you want to view an item of evidence that's not back in the jury room. We'll make arrangements to have it shown to you. All right. At this time, I'm going to ask Ms. Beverly Mayweather and Mr. Patel if you just remain in the courtroom. The other jurors are free to go back to the jury room now to commence deliberations. You can take your notepads as well as your jury instructions with you, and I'm going to verify with the attorneys that all the evidence is here, and that'll be following the bailiff back in the jury room in a few minutes. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You're retired. Commence your deliberations. Ms. Mayweather, Mr. Patel, just remain here, please.
I wonder how he feeling right now. Because regardless if you feel strong about your case or not, just knowing that it could go the other way, I know his heart racing. My heart racing. I ain't even on trial.
Along with the defendant and the assistant state attorney, two openings, Ms. Mayweather and Mr. Patel. You're not excused. You don't, unfortunately, as an alternate at this time, you're not going to go back in to deliberate. We may or may not need you to come back. We have your information. So you're not being excused. The admonition I gave you previously remains in full force and effect. You are not to discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence. There's certainly no research. There may be things in the media. You're not to look at those things. Just turn it off. All right? We very much appreciate the fact that you're here and willing to serve. But at this juncture, you're not excused. We'll hold your notepads here, and we're going to contact you if need be. All right, ladies and gentlemen? All right? Could you escort them out? Thank you. Yes. Just give your notepads to the bailiff, please, and she can secure those. Thank you. All right, let the record reflect the two alternates who now also have been excused from the courtroom. Counsel remain along with the defendant. Anything to discuss, counsel? No, sir. Mr. Devins? You need the restroom? You're more than welcome to use the restroom. We'll arrange for that. If you like how everything went, the presentation your attorneys made? Satisfied? All right. Thank you.
Well, it's in the hands of 12 at this point.
You're not going to be here, so you won't come out. Well, he'll be right downstairs. All right, so right now we're going to be in recess. Can you stick around? Yes. Talk off the record. Okay. You want to stay? Well, let him go for a restroom break now. Yeah.
Well, you guys, there it is. It now is in the hands of 12. It has come to the moment for YNW Melly, aka Jamel Demons, to wait for his fate to be decided by the 12 jurors that was selected in the state. Hold on. Okay. Something started playing in my ear. I was like, what the world? But he said he's satisfied with um how his lawyers presented the case. And again, I mean, to me, he don't look in distress, worried, but I can only imagine still, even if you feel like your lawyers did a great job, um, Hey, your life is on the line, literally. Like literally. It's not for play. However, I'm kind of just gonna leave it where it's at. My stance as far as just a viewer looking is the same. That doesn't matter when it comes to the 12 people that's gonna decide on this. It's gonna be no way that any of us can say what they're gonna choose or not. We are just waiting. So for those who are not familiar with what happens now, the jury goes back into the deliberation room. Okay, they can go back there and be like, "Yo, we ain't look. Y'all agree he ain't did it." And if everybody say he ain't did it, guess what? They can be back in 5 minutes. Or they can go back there and be like, "Yo, I really think we should look at um, Exhibit A." And then now we're gonna have to, look at Exhibit A. So that's gonna take time. So it just depends. Everybody has to vote the same. If they cannot come to a unanimous decision, guess what? Hung jury. So on the high end, if he get convicted of the charges as filed, he could be sentenced to either life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. Okay. If they're like, you know what, we don't see the evidence pointing to that. However, we see the lesser charge of manslaughter, he can get up to 15 years or less. On the best of the best, as far as for the defense, is that he gets found not guilty and then he's done. Now, I'm not going to say he can walk out the courtroom like right now. They have to process him out type thing. But yeah, if it's a hung jury, I mean, they cannot come to a decision, then it's really going to be up to the judge to decide if he's going to be able to be released on bail until a decision is made with the state of Florida if they're going to pursue him again. I'm pretty sure if that happens, if a hung jury takes place, they're going to pursue him again because it's too much on the line, jobs, too much time, too much, just too much. Okay. However, I agree with Coco. She said, I pray the jury be fair with the evidence and I judge him on his text message. My thoughts, free Melly. I definitely feel that way. Also, yeah, we have been going at this thing almost 6 hours. We have had about, let me see, we're at 478 throughout the day. My truth team been holding steady. We was at 28 for most of them, but we up to 36. Shout out to y'all. I put a poll up earlier and I'm about to end the poll and I'm gonna tell y'all what the poll says. So 120 people voted and the question was, how will the jury vote? 45% says not guilty, 39% says guilty, and 15% says hung jury. So You know, Haitian K say he's gonna be guilty because Melly took his girlfriend in middle school. But hey, like I said, this is all entertainment to us, okay? Because we're not going through it, but let's definitely at this point just remember it is families on all sides that's going through it. I definitely want to say rest in peace to the two victims, Juvie and Sat Chaser. No matter what, I mean, I never see somebody being murdered like that, okay? um Definitely still have to keep in mind is two people, one that's on trial waiting on a verdict and one that still has to go to trial, whether they're innocent or not, that they get at least a legal fighting chance. Remember, legal fighting chance to prove their innocence or not. But I'm not gonna keep y'all too much longer. Because at this point it's really a waiting game and I have to move around. But best and believe I'm going to be listening. When if the verdict is read today, we back at it. If it's not read today, whenever it's read, we're back at it. But yeah, cause look, at this point, I don't even have nothing else really to talk about when it comes to the case. Hey, it's kind of like stumping in mud holes right now because it's just like it's nothing until that verdict. Now once the verdict come back, you know what I'm gonna do, whether it's guilty, not guilty, whatever, we're gonna have an open panel. I'm gonna drop the link. We're gonna have a discussion. Cause I know a lot of y'all gonna be like, oh hell nah, that can't be it. On one side or the other. So when the verdict is read, we'll definitely have the panel discussion about it. As always, y'all make sure y'all go tap into MickeyTruth.com. Remember, I told y'all use the code FREEMELLY from now until the verdict is read for $10 off a purchase of $50 or more. So again, tap in with the tap in. Yeah, I'm about to get up out here. I appreciate y'all rocking out with me for the past 6 hours. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe. Tell your people, okay? Tell all your people to tell a friend to pull up on your girl. Y'all already know I'm definitely gonna pop my stuff every time. But you know I definitely bring the facts, okay? And the truthful opinion as best as I can. So y'all already know how it go. That's why y'all rock with me. But I'm about to go ahead and close out. Y'all have a good day. Whenever they come back with a verdict, okay? Whenever the verdict is back, I will definitely be back live immediately, okay? Immediately, okay? But what's going to happen? They're going to send word that the jury has reached a verdict. That's going to give me my time to get in place. And whether I got to go regular live on YouTube, I will be live and we going to hear it right here, right now. This case has been 5 years in the making. 5 years for a trial. This is going to blow the internet up no matter which way it goes. So definitely, I will be here, okay? So until next time, y'all, holla!
Y'all, it's Hookah Anonymous, and you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Coming from where I come from, they doubted me, but I came up. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. Coming from where I come from, they doubted me, but I came up. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world.
Good reporting ass Mickey.
We love you, Mickey.